great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no.
You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half, same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that Saglev is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, Saglev wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, Saglev is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation. Right?
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future. And we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, people know Lagos for erratic power supply, people know Lagos for audacity, all those things, we made sure we kept them. We just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. Things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking, but somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They've patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars, and we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars, so everybody else is still in traffic? So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity, because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's enough, thank you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about a year and a half of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kugali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 before the magazine.
Kugali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kugali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because we had a similar vision that aligned with ours, and I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Zeki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kugali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the issue 01, which I don't know if Ziki told you this. I kept on, I was like, there's no, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork. Some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that thing, that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if people are excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is capturing people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kugali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That was, I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long, or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023, and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually 2 different entities.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simin, Tola, Kole, and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast of this animation like?
The casting process was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of hard work. How it worked is Disney had their own casting agent who was liaising with a casting agent in Nigeria, Lala Akindoju. And so it varied from character to character. So for people like Bode, the first set of auditions I received, Femi Branch's audition, I was like, this guy is Bode. So we didn't really have to look too far. But for someone like Tola, I had to listen to many dozens of auditions, but then eventually, I think it was in the 2nd or 3rd round of auditions, I heard Simi's voice and I was like, this is our Tola. But the most important thing that I kept in the back of my mind for casting is ensuring that the actors and actresses that play the various roles could capture that Lagos spirit, that people from here would listen to them and they would sound exactly like the people they know, their brothers, their sisters, their friends, their colleagues. So it was a lot of fun, and I think the cast brought so much magic to the show.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
You want to see the real Lagos?
Let's go!
So Iwaju is out now on Disney Plus, and it will be out on other Disney channels. Are there other channels to watch?
At the moment, it's just the 2, so Disney Plus, and then DSTV is not out in DSTV today. It's going to be out in DSTV in April. I can't remember the exact dates.
Yeah, the Disney Channel, April 22nd to 26th, and then April 29th to, I believe, the 3rd of May. In any case, you can get the information online and check the schedule for the Disney Channel.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
My role on Iwaju is that of the director and the writer of the series. So I collaborated with, as the director, I collaborated with everyone to bring the series to life. And as the writer, I worked with my co-writer to ensure that the story was the highest possible quality.
Now, Ziki is from Lagos, Nigeria, but after the first 15 years of his life, he relocated to the UK. And even though he comes back to Lagos regularly, he's more based in the UK. So because I am based in Lagos till date, it means I'm more in touch with certain realities in Lagos than he is. And I can give an example of the public transport system. Whenever Ziki is in Lagos, he drives. I live in Lagos, I have a car, I drive, but my car could get spoiled sometimes. And maybe it takes me a few days to fix the car. I'll probably take public transport. So when I'm taking public transport, which is something Ziki does not do when he's here, it means if Ziki writes a scene where a character takes public transport, he might miss out on 1 or 2 details. Yes, he's from Lagos, he's from Nigeria. He wrote a Nigerian story, but certain finer details may be not quite there when he writes it. And then it's my job to say, this is how this would come through. This is what this should look like. So my role was just to make sure it stayed grounded and culturally authentic to Lagos.
So me as Hamid Ibrahim, my role as a production designer. For this show, we call it production designer plus. That was the inside that we would call it. Just because generally in Kugali how we work, Ziki handles the narrative side or whatever writer handles the narrative side, and I usually completely take over the visual side. And in most stories, we understand that's different, where they're like, oh, the director directs the visual side as well, right? And then he tells the production designer the kind of vision he has for the world. Whereas in here, I build the vision of the world. That's why we add the plus on it. So pretty much anything you see visually on screen is kind of a baby kind of directed by me, if you put that in quotes. So production designer plus in that way. But obviously, I'm trying to adhere everything to the theme Ziki wants to tell and the story Ziki wants to tell. But it's a very critical thing for me not to make it a world build on the backs of the characters, because usually a place exists for the people coming. I want it to feel like a lived-in place as these characters live inside. So if you remove our own main characters and you put other characters in this world, they could still exist and function wholly. So that was my role. So building the world of Iwaju.
We're going to be late.
Lagos traffic is no respecter of persons.
So you want to see the real Lagos?
Yes.
Thank you very much for watching. That was such a beautiful conversation. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at BusinessDayNG. And don't forget to check out our website for more exciting stories at www.businessday.ng. Thanks for watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning. We trust you're well. We trust you're doing good this morning. We have we want to review what we have on the front pages this morning. And we've got in the studio Mr. Mohammed Akonji, our in-house analyst, is here in the studio with us today. Good morning, Mohammed.
Good morning, Elizabeth. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Good to
Good
see
night.
you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Right. Let's see what we have on the punch.
Today.
Yeah,
Politics,
that's why I want
economy,
to just run straight to the paper because there's a lot. There's a lot this morning. You're talking about the impeachment.
Yesterday was quite eventful,
on the punch
of course.
Paper.
I mean, it was quite eventful. No, I'm talking about
right. So maybe that's why we have all of these things.
Quite packed full.
Happening
check
this
Business
morning.
Day, the punch, and you look at across all the other papers.
Yeah. But in the light of that, let's just go straight to the conversations on the paper this morning. The impeachment moves on the front page of the Punch. Tension in Rivers as Assembly serves Fubara misconduct notice. This continues on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. It said Tantita tightens security. Lawmakers list 19 infractions against Governor. Amechi camp kicks. And on page 22 of the Punch newspaper, it says Wike revokes 4,794 FCT land titles over 6.9 billion naira ground rent. This continues on page 22. On page 7, it says SGF distances itself from AIDS 10 billion naira fraud probe. And on page 2, anti-Tinubu coalition, APC others attack El Rufai Atiku as plot thickens. On page 7 of the paper, it says Amosu Dangote differ over cement plant demolition. Page 24 of the paper, it says military attacks, electricity workers, discos blame federal government and threaten strike. Down below on the Punch newspaper, below it says Copper who criticized Tinubu under pressure to apologize. This one is by activists. There's quite an interesting turn of things there. On page 5, it says 4 feared killed in Ogun cult clashes. And then on page 19, it says Lagos PDP attacks Jandor over return to APC. And those, talking all about loyalty and whatnot. But let's just begin with the impeachment move.
In River State.
In River State.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think it's a very good way to start. And that's virtually banner headlines that dawn most of the papers. If you're able to look at most of the papers this morning, they're actually colored by that. And I think it is expected, first of all, because the wrangling, the crisis between the governor, the deputy governor, and the Martin Ameule led assembly, which a lot of people have actually attributed to the minister of the FCT in Abuja. So it didn't come as a surprise when two letters came out yesterday, where 19 infractions, 19 actually, were alleged against the governors, Similalaye Fubara, and the deputy governor, Professor Ngozi Odu, the two of them. And so that, set the ball rolling for the initiation of an impeachment proceedings against both of them. We know very well now that the Martin Ameule Assembly, who are very loyal to the former governor of the state and the minister of the FCT, alleged 19 gross misconducts, amongst which actually include 1, that the governor is actually spending money without approval. 2, that that's the budget without actually being able to go through there. That he has stopped their salary. Their salary has actually been stopped since April last year. That he was actually making appointment without actually getting approval from the assembly. Appointment of commissioners and the likes. And all of that. Those are the grounds that they were actually laying. But all these were actually as a result of a fallout of the Supreme Court judgment of February 28th. But you would be able to remember that the developments that trailed that decision of the Supreme Court has kind of escalated political tension in the states. We've seen Governor Simi, Governor Fubara, who belong to the Ijaw extraction, with the Ijaw National Congress and the Ijaw Youth Council, as well as other groups, have actually expressed a very strong opposition to the impeachment proceedings. And in fact, they've threatened that they will likely be blowing up pipelines if the impeachment proceedings is followed through against the governor. And they were warning about likely unrest if that is actually followed through. They made that warning about, last 2 weeks. They've actually been sending out that very strong warnings against the former governor, that's the Minister of the FCT, and against the Rivers State House of Assembly, the RSHA, that if they proceed with the impeachment, it might likely be able to escalate political tension in the state. And perhaps we might likely be able to see that or not. But the Martin Amiri faction as well, left no stone unturned yesterday when they decided to be able to raise those allegations. I said there were 19 of them. I was able to mention a few of them, but our readers can be able to get details of what's actually contained in the letters. In terms of the budget, the governor is appropriating funds without getting approval from the House. Appointments were made without getting those without getting the screening and the approval as well from the House. And that, in fact, their salaries have actually been stopped since April last year. But as I said, that's just few out of those 19 allegations against the governor. Why the same thing was actually be able to be mentioned about the deputy governor, who they generally accused of conniving with the governor in carrying out some of this. But if you may recall that last week Monday precisely, the PANDEF, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum visited the president, and the president mentioned certain things to them, to the PANDEF leaders who visited him, during the breaking of the fasting iftar, exactly. Okay, cool. And the president was actually there. In fact, the chairman, the board of trustees, co-chairman of the PANDEF, which is a socio-political organization that represents the Niger Delta, led by the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Victor Atta, and one of the other kings, from the Brass Kingdom, who were there. In that meeting, the president mentioned something very, very vital, told them that please go back to Rivers and tell the governor to be able to follow the path of peace and stability. And a lot of people read the meaning to that, is the president trying to be able to take sides or things like that? Why are you not also asking the minister to be able to shield its sword and things like that? But feelers, what analysts said was effort to be able to meet with the Rivers State governor failed to be able to get the desired result. What we saw the next day was on Tuesday, on the day after that, the governor, the minister of FCT called that open space press conference, press chat, media chat, and then we had a lot of what he said there, in terms of saying heaven will not fall if the governor is removed, and you cannot be able to abrogate the power of blowing up the pipelines only to the Ijaw people. Remember, the current governor belongs to the Ijaw people. But we still have the Ogoni part there. We have some other part there. So the way it is going right now is they're hell-bent on actually impeaching both the governor and the deputy governor. Okay. And whether they will be able to now succeed in achieving these is still what we're going to. Because, of course, if that is actually done, if you do that on block, the process is already there. The Constitution laid down the process, of impeaching the governor and the deputy governor. And, of course, the next person that will likely be able to take over will be the speaker of... but to do that, you also need the chief judge who will initiate the proceedings, But the letter was read yesterday, and the letter flown around. We all said the letters where those allegations were highlighted as to what the infractions that the governor have actually been able to commit. For example, one of them is that they said there is a reckless and just to quote them, reckless and unconstitutional expenditure of public funds that's actually contrary to certain sections of the Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria. 2, injuring or obstructing the Rivers State House of Assembly, which is another arm of government, from performing their constitutional duties. So they allege that the blowing up, remember what happened last year, the complex, the de facto complex, the original complex where they tend to be able to have their meeting was blown up. And Rivers State House of Assembly said that obstruction was actually done by the governors. So others include, appointment of persons to occupy positions without due process, and some of these other ones. Seizures of salaries and allowances, as I said, since April last year, seizure of salaries of the clerk of the Rivers Assembly, and they also be able to now put an important thing there, that the governor has demonstrated his inability. He has demonstrated inability to be able to govern the state in line with the provision. And he said there, Mr. Speaker, I mean, because 27 of them, remember, so the letter was actually signed by 26 before the letter was transmitted by the Speaker. And he mentioned this, that we conclude by stating that the governor has shown that he is not prepared to govern River State in line with the provision of the 1999 Constitution. That was actually the ground. We've been waiting for the response. With the lawyers of the governors and other people have actually been coming out to be able to make input and to see how this will actually be able to go. But we know that the governor is actually living by the tread at the moment because it's most of the odds are actually getting stacked against him.
The odds are stacked against him
because the constitutional provision is more like the House of Assembly is the organ or is the institution that has the power to initiate that proceeding. Yes, they'll carry out the judiciary along in getting that done, but the process or the ball has been set in motion. How that will unfold, I'm sure we'll still be able to know today. You know, a lot of people have said that. And I think that's about that. The other one I think caught my fancy yesterday was Dangote, who visited the governor of Ogun State. And he was alleging, that the governor, the former governor, stopped. Because remember, the Dangote refinery that is here in Lagos also having in Ogun State. That is the initial site. But that's the ex-governor, I think you read that here, about one of the Dangote, exactly. Over the cement plant, that his plant was demolished, and even twice that the governor demolished his plant, but that this governor allowed them to be able to situate the Ibeshipa cement plant in Ogun State. So, but Amosu as well, the former governor, who is currently a senator, fired back, you know, to say, no, that's not what really happened. And then they try to explain their own side of the story, how that actually be able to unfold in terms of mentioning that, I mean, Dangote was actually, I'm quoting him now, so I didn't feel to have it on record that the factory we are visiting now in Itori, that's very close to Ibeshi, also in Ogun State, is because of His Excellency, referring to Dapo Abiodun, who, so that we came back, I mean, it's because of His Excellency that we came back to. That factory was demolished twice. By, we started the building, then Amosun, in fact, he mentioned his name specifically, demolished it. The second time we started it again, it is demolished again. Not only the factory, but also the fence that we have around the world was actually demolished. But so right now, we are coming back because of His Excellency, talking about Abiodun. My brother, we're now back. When we go there, you'll be very surprised. No, but now responding to the allegation, I mean, from their own end, that was where they now be able to come in through his personal spokesperson. I'm talking about the ex-governor, Lanre Akinwale. I said, we are just seeing the footage where the chairman of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, you know, alleged that the cement factory in Itori was demolished twice, while Senator Ibikunle Amosun was actually the governor. And then their own ground was that, so he mentioned something there, that at least, it's on this basis that I want to appeal to Dangote to avail the public of the requisite approval for the construction of the factory. According to them, the approvals was not gotten. It just, somebody of Dangote's caliber went ahead to be able to erect such a structure. Because if you look at the cement factory there, it's another very, very big, gigantic edifice. Will you just go ahead without getting the requisite approval before commencing construction? You understand? So it was really, really there. That was actually the fireback that they had with respect to him. Then I think another thing I was able to comment on was the Lagos PDP matter.
Attacks.
Lagos PDP.
Jandor.
Yeah, remember, Jandor was the gubernatorial candidate of the PDP in the last election, even though he came third in the 2023 governorship election. But of course, he has been in the APC. It was because, as we all know, it was because he could not be able to get the ticket. So we know how he defected to the PDP. But yesterday, the news spread around, or the news filters around, that he visited the president. And after the visitation to the president, he announced that he's going back to APC. Of course, we know 2077 is around the corner. And just like we said, alignment and realignment will definitely be at the focus or at the fulcrum, at the center point of attraction.
Mhm.
You see politicians now try to see where their interest will be, where their interest will be improved. I mean, where their interest will be advanced.
Yeah.
Politicians definitely will be able to do that. So PDP fired back at him to say, "Oh, we gave you the umbrella when they took away the broom from you, and now you are returning back there." But it's going to be able to happen. You have politicians, just like we said, aligning, switching parties, switching allegiances, and moving from one point to the other. So that is not going to be unexpected of politicians at this point in time. And finally, was the SGF. In fact, I've never even heard him speak in a very long while. The SGF, because EFCC just arrested is one of his aides. I mean, on fraud allegation of about 10 billion naira. The SGF is this former governor of the set of 19, as they call them, George Akume, who is presently secretary to the federal government. And I have no belief we'll be able to see him public like these days. Most of the time, he has been more concerned about the politics in Benue State, where he came from, than what is supposed to be in vogue at the federal level.
Right.
It distanced himself away from that. I knew nothing about it. But it is still the head to the SGF. And SGF is not quite different from the chief of staff. I mean, he's another person that's very close to the head of the president. He has the heads of the president every now and then. So if somebody who hates that actually work in his office could be accused of this, yes, it's still an allegation until he's actually be able to be proven otherwise. That means it appears that he's actually slouching, he's slacking when it comes to his units, where he needed to be able to, for someone to be able to divert a sum worth 10 billion for an allocation to that particular office. I think it's a serious indictment on his part. Yeah, it's good I said he didn't know anything about it, but Mr. Andrew Uchi, who is the personal assistant to him, has a lot of case to answer with the EFCC.
Let's talk about page 22. Wike revoking 4,794 FCT land titles over 6.9 billion naira ground rent. What does that even mean?
Okay, so I didn't hear about the story, but the other one I knew of was so ground rent is normally just like we have land use charge here in Lagos.
Right.
You understand? You say here. So the title for it is the ground rent, which is actually the land. You're expected to be able to pay that charge to the government on a monthly basis, and sometimes they file it in a year and then you make your payment normally. So that's the basis of the ground rent. So I'm sure a whole lot of all these lands, they've actually been given out by the Ministry of Planning, FCT, could have actually been, or they could actually be guilty of not actually be able to meet up their obligations to the state government. That could have that could have actually informed the reason why those allocations were actually revoked. But at the time, remember there have been a back and forth. Some people have come around to say, "Oh, it's a political witch hunt." The governor, the minister, was only trying to be able to, taking land from those who are his perceived political enemies. I mean, there have been cases like that. I've seen him as well doubling down to say, no, this is not going back. This is Abuja. He wanted to sanitize it, and he will leave no stone unturned to ensure that Abuja actually be able to remain sanitized and do the way, be done or be projected in the way a city like Abuja should actually be. I'm sure those back and forth have actually been there. Those face-off between himself and most of the landowners that are there, who in fact claim that, yeah, we actually gotten this land since the time of maybe Jonathan, the Minister of FCT then. Some as far back as when El Rufai was actually the Minister of the FCT, and some of them said that. So this was another story now, and that's about close to 4,000, right? That's why it's huge. I'm sure we're going to get a whole lot.
Wow. Let's see. So there's this other story on page 23. It says, Niger fuel crisis. Customs marketers defers 400 border filling station short.
I think we spoke about this yesterday.
We did speak about
400 of them. So the report there was like customs and marketers now are saying those, actually, I'm talking about filling stations that are shut across the border. They were concerned that most of the fuels across those borders were smuggled fuels, and that's why customs were shutting a lot of them down. But the marketers were saying, oh, we actually got this fuel through the legal process. We got it through the legal channel. There is nothing that is untoward in the way or the manner to which we actually be able to get I mean, there's nothing untoward to the way we're able to get the fuel or the things that we're actually talking about. I think that is one of the challenge that they've been having there. So over 400 of them have been shot in the last 1 week. And that have actually escalated scarcity. The crisis is biting very, very hard in Nigeria. And more critically as well, there are Nigerians who are within those borders, border towns. You know, Gabori, those in Sokoto, for example, in Sokoto, in Zamfara. You have border towns there that border Nigeria Republic, where people there were really, really complaining about the fuel scarcity that have actually been biting harder. And it's as a result of, you know, what has actually been happening between the government at the high-powered level, the government of Nigeria Republic, the military leadership there, their exit from ECOWAS, remember? So, and the way they've actually been seen as a pariah of some sort, a pariah state, where ECOWAS members are not expected to be able to do something tangible with them. So the impact has actually been very, very grueling. And they've been lamenting seriously about that.
Right, and very quickly, let's talk about this copper who criticized President Tinubu and under pressure to apologize. There've been conversations about her and how that might not be a necessity for her
to apologize, right?
You know, I mean,
I didn't see the video.
She has the right to, you know, create a video and talk about
but did she use what kind of words? What verbal?
You know, that's the funny part. The funny part is that I didn't precisely watch
have not seen the video. Okay,
I just saw the video, but I didn't watch it. So, I mean, I think that we have without seeing the video, but just seeing the conversation on social media, I think we have a right to freedom of speech.
Oh, of course we do.
So I don't
but
know
remember
why
that your freedom of speech also ends where others begin. So if you don't go to the point where you're attacking the character assassination, attacking the personality of people involved, or talking down, because I think the report there was like saying she apologized, right? Was that right there?
No. Activists are saying she's under pressure to apologize, right?
Here I'm saying, oh, I'm sorry. He apologized after, because one of the things he said was like, oh, Lagos was a smelling state.
Smelling state.
I think one of the words, he's a core member here serving in Lagos State. And
you know, we all have our personal, how we feel about the state, you know.
So I'm sure a lot of people actually came out for her.
And all of that. We all have how we feel. So she has the right to. But let's move on to the Vanguard papers. The Vanguard paper, we're not going to dwell on it because all the stories that are there, we've spoken on them, the Rivers crisis and all of that. So there's really nothing different. The only other thing is the ex-governor El-Rufai traumatized after losing ministerial slot. And this is what APC has to say.
I know it can only come from them.
We can just focus on, we can just talk very briefly on that and move to the business day.
No, of course. You expect what's it called? We expect APC to be able to fire back at him, and they are using all the epithets and all the brickbats that they can likely be able to throw at El-Rufai. But I feel it is needed, right? It's expected. It is part of playing the politics and the politics by politicians to ensure that you try to speak down, you try to bring down your opponent to elevate yourself, and let people not be able to reach significance to that defection. So because what politicians only wanted to be able to do is say, let's downplay this. Let's downplay the importance. And the frustration they are going to be able to say, which they've actually kept repeating and spewing out there, is that, oh, he's frustrated because he could not be able to get the ministerial slot. Yeah, they may have a ground there, because the question I'm going to say is, if he's a minister now, would he have actually gone out to actually be saying all those things that is actually mentioning, you know, lack of internal democracy in the party, some people, some Lagos boys, some supposed Lagos boys have hijacked the party. The Yorubas or Moluabi is quite different from some of those who have actually dominated. You know, you'll be able to hear some remarks that have actually been made by him. And in fact, I'm just hearing breaking news now. So there's an explosion in the rivers right now. That's actually be able to happen.
I hope we'll get
in Trans-Niger pipeline. One of the pipelines now have actually just been attacked or something.
I hope that these things will stop. So, I mean, they can't stop. So, but I hope there will be.
It's very long time we heard about. Because I'm just saying it's a fallout of rivers that happened. Just a bit of a fallout of what happens there. And that is another very, very critical thing.
Very critical. Let's see what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The Business Day paper says, Naira recovers as black market demand for dollar moderates. Interesting one there on the front page. Again, big firms flock to Eco Atlantic on prestige. We were talking about this yesterday. Now, MTN, First Bank, American Embassy, other stake position. Now it's now looking like a prestige. You know, it's looking like a prestige move.
To be, of course.
You know, so I'm seeing many others follow suit as because you know, as at last year we had a couple of companies which moved, even media houses moved to Eco Atlantic. But you know, this year with the kind of edifice that we're talking about, you know, the First Bank and the MTN, which already has a headquarter in Ikoyi. Moving there, that's like the next prime location now, the in thing. And I'm seeing more companies actually flocking there. You know, it's like, no, we have to, because you have to roll with the big boys. Exactly. You know that song that says you want to bam bam, you want to roll. I'm seeing that.
No, it's going to happen. It's an attraction site. Because if you have that 40-story building, the way it was even unveiled was remarkable, right?
Very.
And of course, so the remarkable nature of it was so attractive that it is seriously a pull factor. You understand? A very pull factor. And I'm sure that the developers or the owners of that place would have gladly be able to allow First Bank to do that because of the tendency of it actually trying to be able to bring in like other big boy players, as we call them, the big players across different sectors to also be able to attract. I remember the word he used there, Mr. Chuka used there, was based on prestige, right? To say, so even mentioning that, where is your office? You know, the prestige of saying is in Eco
Atlantic City.
It allows you to
before
be able
it was
to
just Ikoyi VI.
Exactly.
It was just, it doesn't
maybe
have
Ikoyi
to
here,
be Ikoyi
VI.
VI.
You know. But now I think the Banana Island at the time, right?
No, Banana Island was for residential.
Okay.
You
I know there are
what
businesses
I mean.
that are okay. I'm talking about Osborne for sure. Maybe you have other businesses as well. That also be able to like get those attractions around Osborne for sure here. But Eco Atlantic is like the in thing right now.
And just like you wrote here before now, Kingsway, which is just here, you know, Ozumba Mbadiwe, Victoria Island, we go to locations for high-rise office buildings, home to developments such as the Kingsway Towers, where we have the Microsoft office and all that. Heritage Place, where we also have some you know, Pampa Towers, the Wings, the Waves, amongst others. But now Eco Atlantic is the next. Seems like the next
skyscrapers or high-rise skyscrapers.
So I'm pretty sure, because with First Bank has announced, and First Bank supposedly is going to be the tallest high-rise. I wonder if there's going to be yeah.
And I'm sure there will be other will be 40 stories.
So, but they have already announced it, and then everyone's already saying it's going to be the tallest high-rise. I wonder if there's another one coming that probably
that's what I'm saying.
40, but I doubt it, because they've already taken claim to it.
Nigerians are always having this mentality of outpacing. Okay,
I love us for
that competition spirit. What I'm saying here is, because you will see, just like you put here, the I belong mentality there. We see like, okay, they have done 40. I'm sure most of these other industries, other companies will be thinking of asking the architects and the builders, can I do 50-story building? Is it possible? Can I do it on this land? Can you text this land?
Can I do 60?
Can I do 60? I'm sure it will be like, is it possible? Let's see. Check the ground.
The tallest building in the world is how many stories?
I think that's Burj Khalifa, the one in Dubai.
How many stories is that?
150
So we need to be careful, please. We've not gotten. This is still Nigeria. Let's be very careful. Maybe if you want to outpace, maybe go to like 42. You get what I mean? Like, don't be too.
No, I'm just saying. They might. I'm sure by now discussions will be ongoing under the ground.
I know, but I'm just saying. Let's not go on the ground. Okay,
what can I be able to do to ensure I have this? And
let's do maybe like 42
or 43.
41, 42. It's still something.
At least you.
Very good. Let's talk about Naira recovering as black market demand.
I think this is also a fallout to what happened last week. Remember, we spoke about this yesterday. About foreign exchange pressures, right? The trade wars have actually impacted last week. Trade wars, you know, those tripartite issues that happened: US, European Union, Canada, Mexico, China. Those tariffs remember the way investors have actually been forced to pull out their funds, right? You know, a lot of sell-offs was what we actually witnessed last week. And Naira for the first time, you know, in this year, depreciated to about 1,590 last week at the close of business. But intraday activities last week, you know, during the day, buying and selling activities last week, the market was able to close at about 1,575. You know, so the Naira came from strength like about 15 Naira. So it rebounded. You know, there's element of rebound, and we hope that will also be able to continue today. Likely going to be able to continue, but you know, it just takes a little bit of another policy whatsoever that will be able to come from President Donald Trump, right? And the next thing you see there is for him to say, "Oh, you're doing this," and then investors, they started saying, then panic again, and then influence their sentiment. You know, investor sentiment. I see a lot of them pulling out their funds again out of the market. So it's another thing. But yesterday, it appears that those sell-offs, right, and then those bargain hunters that we've seen tend to be able to retain their investment, right, into the economy, and then see how they can be able to make more gain. So the Naira strengthened yesterday on the back of, you know, lower sell-off on the part of the investors that we've seen. I think the final story you read there was
no, I want to quickly talk on Nigerians boilers blackout wasn't. Everyone is complaining about the heat.
Oh my God, that's why I read it.
I don't know if I'm one of the advantaged one, like maybe because I'm not we've been having constant electricity.
Oh, seriously?
Constant, but the weather is still hot.
Of course, in daytime.
So that's why I'm a little bit concerned about if you are not now if there's no electricity.
Power, because electricity, that's what I'm wondering. Because mine have been good, but the electricity has worsened. And the last, in fact, I was about to go and buy petrol on Sunday, for example, to pump water, and then because my inverter too, it was about to die. When I think they brought the power, okay, so it's a bit consistent till I came to office again on Monday, and then this morning too, I didn't see like yesterday.
Has seemed good.
Yeah.
And I find it's even better. People have been complaining, oh, this and that. Even like my friends who stay in VI, which are prime locations, they're saying that they are now doing load shedding.
Load shedding as well.
So
that's what they're doing.
They have days where they're going to have.
But I think that's what they're trying to do these days, because we don't know whether it's as a result of the grid as well. They've not explained what caused that. Because in the last 1 month, that have actually been the trend. The blackout has been persisting. You understand? A bit persisted in the last 2-3 weeks. So load shedding have actually been the order of the day, because that's exactly what I think I've witnessed as well. So that has now been compounded. That has been exacerbated by the extreme heat. Just go out in the afternoon. You know, I remember after we finished up a management meeting yesterday, I just said, let me just at least stroll out. The kind of scorching sun that hit me, I was like, God. In fact, somebody was actually saying maybe the sun is even angry with the sun is even angry with the political administration or something. That is even angry with the present dispensation. That the way it's scorching these days.
It's hot.
Very hot.
Honestly, I'm just praying, and it's also leading to sickness.
Of course.
Because I know many people are
breaking down. That's where I'm going.
So why is
people are really breaking? Of course, it's heat now. It's very, very hectic. If you read that story done by people here, you see that the way. So the heat as blackout has now exacerbated that condition, because you know, it's this situation where people are exposed to that. You tend to have skin rashes. You tend to actually be able to get down with malaria.
I'm worried.
You understand?
Because I have many people that, you know, are susceptible to
when they have heat waves like that. So with heat waves, there are a lot of attendant ailments, you know, diseases that tend to be able to come with it. So, and NIMET has actually warned that we're likely going to be able to see, just like last week and this week, maybe it will actually. Yes, that's what NIMET released again. So because, yes, because the weather has actually been like around 38 degrees. 39 degrees. We're not going to 40 degrees, and maybe not having 40 degrees. And you know,
last night we were driving, and we're saying that this is even night, and I think we checked the degrees. I think it was showing about 38 or 30 something. And we're saying that at night, like we're
at least supposed to be able to cool off
at night.
And then so it's been 38, 39 degrees, quite getting hot by the day, and it's just it. I don't know where
someone from the west cannot be in Nigeria right now. They would be It will feel like they're in hell.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't imagine.
We don't know why that is actually the case at the moment.
Right now, having an air conditioning and all of those things is not even a luxury, it's a necessity. Because it's really hot.
Fan enough itself may not, I mean, the normal
because
standing
fans,
fans
the
or
fans
the
are
ceiling
even
fans
blowing hot
are not
air.
even enough to be able to insulate or get you over with
Quickly, can you just talk a little bit on Naira recovering as black market demand for dollar?
Oh yes, I think that's why I want to mention that. Yes, that Naira has recovered. You know,
yeah, it has recovered.
I said unlike last week, we spoke about it yesterday. That remember that yesterday, the trade war, the global trade war that happened, affected the Naira as well, causing it to be able to depreciate about 1,590. But the opening of the market yesterday, maybe as investors are now getting to tune and now adjusting to the raft of the trade wars of the trade wars are actually going on between the countries. We've seen a situation where Naira appreciated yesterday by 15 Naira, closing like around 1,575 in the official market. At the same time, even in the parallel market, I think in the parallel market as well, it was actually able to record some substantial gains in the parallel market. So I think I'll be able to have that here. Yes. So was able to witness substantial gain as well in the black market, you know, what we call the parallel market. So we hope that. So intraday activities yesterday indicates that investors' confidence was a bit heightened, unlike the pessimism they had when, you know, those raft of trade wars are actually coming, or tariffs here and there. Started with Trump, you know, China imposed theirs, Canada came up, that which happened last week. Most of the currencies were affected last week. Straight of currencies were affected last week. But yesterday, since we are now getting to know the direction of where we are going, investors' confidence appears to actually be stabilizing. The confidence appears to actually be, okay, this is where we are going. People are now having a better idea of the expectations of where the market is heading. So maybe that explains why the Naira rebounded yesterday to gaining about 15 Naira from where it closed on Friday, and then settling, you know, at the time in the intraday activity, there was a time it actually shot up a little. Even it went to like 1,600 in the day. But finally, in the night, by the close of business yesterday, it actually closed at 1,575.
Interesting. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today. Always a good way for us to end the newspaper review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. So let's see what we have today. That one says, you see President Bola Tinubu, and then you see a child. It's more like a child. That's Nigeria being spanked. And then you see, so you know when you're flogging, how it goes. So you're flogging, high cost of fuel, bad governance, high data, high cost of living, insecurity issues, and then it says, if I hear you sound, I will start afresh. It's always quite interesting to see this.
Oh my God.
This
pictorial
representation of
everything on the hop. High these, high that, you know, these, everything.
It would be nice to even see
if I hear you a sound.
Maybe high electricity, not cost though.
Okay.
Like, would it be nice if it was the other way around?
To say, oh, electricity availability.
Yes.
That power generation has gone up, and
you know, interesting things. Not high cost of fuel.
This is the reality.
No jobs. This, that.
High cost of fuel,
God.
bad governance,
high heat wave. How bad could it get? It's frustrating. Imagine having to deal with all of these things and then having to deal with heat
at the same time.
Look, this heat thing is really worrisome for me. I'm not even joking to you. It's giving me sleepless nights.
Are you serious?
It's not that I'm experienced, but because I'm thinking about
how people will be able to cope.
Like I'm having sleepless nights about it because I don't know how people in authority sleep well when everything is not right.
Okay. But you know, this is more of a natural factor, climate change, right?
No. So, but at least if there's electricity, people can cushion it. I mean, you're not even talking about AC. At least you can have a fan. You know, there was a time I was in Kaduna. It was really hot.
Okay.
But where I was staying was 247 electricity, where we have the airports.
Airport, okay.
Yeah, the airport.
Okay.
So it's their lodge, so it's 247 electricity. So
but
it was really hot. So the fan used to blow hot air.
Okay.
Because it was really hot.
Very
it's really hot over there.
Of course.
So it used to blow hot air. But it's not better that it's blowing hot air than everything just...
just witnessing everything.
I'm really concerned because I'm like, I can't sleep. I'm not sleeping well at night because I can't think that people are not...
able to cope
so I don't know how our own people are sleeping. How will you sleep when people see all these things we're saying, hide this, hide that, but you can't relate.
And then so that's what I'm saying.
You are
because
in
over the
air
weekend,
condition morning to night. If you have to even
so
do
tell you that somebody is actually there, not
you
having
can't relate. And so it's really painful because you just go out maybe once in a while to do all of this there, appearances here and there, and you are probably even covered. You can't relate. Things have to change. I do hope that, we can't do anything about climate change and all of that, but we can do something about electricity.
I agree with that. That is
you
true.
can
Make
do
it
something
available.
about job creation, because if there are no good jobs, if my job is paying me how much, can I even buy a fan? No, let's be honest.
That's what I'm saying. Can you afford that?
Can I even buy an AC, talk less of a fan? Do you know how much fans cost? Now, there's a time fans were costing how much?
5,000, 7,000. You know how much
but fans are costing now? Like, you're talking about like 50-something.
6,000
to buy a fan, 60,000.
And that's
to
even,
buy a
that's
fan.
even to be able to now even get
how much are people earning
one to get that?
Because you've not even talked about feeding. That's what I'm telling you. This is not. I'm being honest. I'm finding it hard to sleep at night.
Compounded set of.
But this is where we would call it a wrap this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. It's always a delight speaking to you.
Just like we'll be able to end on a hopeful note. Hopefully, some of these your worries will definitely be reverted. Hopefully, to ensure that we'll be able to have a very positive outlook. Because I know NIMET, yes, did a very good job in terms of orientating Nigerians as to what's to be done. There was like a heat wave alert that was actually released last week, and there is another one again about what Nigerians need to do, about the need to be hydrated, especially those that are not fasting, and if you are fasting, what you need to do, and then where you need to actually be. If there is a need for you to go out, if there is no need, please stay. Maybe look for under sheds to be able to stay. They release certain things and the kind of clothes we should wear, so that. But Monday to be done, maybe in the area of electricity, for example, because I remember, yesterday there was one I just remembered. It was because I know I was sweating when I was sleeping, and that was what even woke me up. And I was like, the power was not restored maybe until this morning when we woke up for the morning. And then that load shedding has been a thing because the blackout has worsened, because at least I still know we enjoy relatively stable power. So, but maybe the government may not be there, because what I'm saying here is, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and the president over the weekend, for example, said something that was quite very poignant, that if he had not taken those steps he took then, Nigeria's economy would have collapsed by now.
What steps?
No, of those removal of subsidy.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was talking about. It was still it's still doubling down on the fact that if you hadn't done those, maybe the economy would have collapsed by now. So they said we do that to be able to save the future of our children, the future of the generation.
Okay.
But the people are feeling the heat. No, I'm talking about the heat, economic heat. I'm not even talking about the physical heat. The heat on the people is getting quite huge. But maybe MBS released their statistics yesterday, and maybe they helped his cause, because the statistics they released show that inflation dropped again for the second year running. Remember, after the rebasing. So the February inflation came out yesterday, and maybe that's also pointing to the fact that yes, our government is doing well. From 26% it was in January, slows down again to like about 23.1%. I'm sure the president will be looking at this and be telling you, yes, you can see that my reforms are now working.
And also, this is also just the public service address today. I mean, I know that the weather is hot. I know that things are tough. It's even hard to buy a deodorant these days. It's hard to, it's quite expensive. But just try. I think at this point, people need to realize that it's a necessity, because it's crazy out there. With how hot it is, you enter into a vehicle and you have to deal with that again. It's frustrating. It's hot. You are dealing with this. You are dealing with that.
Oh my God.
Please, people should just try to
get one
purchase. Just hygiene is very important now. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank
this is
you
how we
very
bring
much
it to wraps today. See you tomorrow again for another packed show. And that's how we bring it to wraps here on the BDTV newspaper review. Do stay with us for more.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission most provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Odejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines. Eventually, the trade turmoil should abate. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says what follows will be new trade deals. It looks like too much, too quickly. Market Committee is expected to hold rates steady. That's on Wednesday. Markets are pricing in also a hawkish slant. We will hear Fed Chair Jay Powell's views and if he comments on the tariff-driven uncertainty. In Europe, European Central Bank Vice President Louis de Guindos on Sunday said U.S. trade policies are causing more uncertainty than there was during COVID. We see more central banks forced to come to terms with how to respond to the trade turmoil as many policy meetings hold this week. U.S. Federal Reserve and the Bank of Japan will meet today and tomorrow with decisions on Wednesday, while on Thursday it will be the turn of the Bank of England. The latest polls show Americans, though still upbeat, are increasingly concerned about the economy and will be scrutinizing February retail sales data, which comes out later today. Baidu has emerged as the latest Chinese tech giant to unveil a new reasoning artificial intelligence model which can compete with DeepSeek's AI solution. The sudden rise of China's artificial intelligence industry has been increasingly unsettling investors in American competitors. In China, steps are being taken to revive consumption by boosting people's incomes, according to news reports. Other measures include stabilizing the stock and real estate markets and offering incentives to raise the country's birth rate as Beijing tries to ease the deflationary pressures afflicting the economy. As Musk faces continued brand backlash from his involvement in DOGE, that's Department of Government Efficiency, his SpaceX capsule docked at the International Space Station, delivering a new crew and rescuing stranded U.S. astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore after being stuck for 9 months in space. UK Prime Minister is struggling to balance the books ahead of the Chancellor's spring statement later this month. Sir Keir Starmer and his government may be forced to back down on some of their goals to execute a £5 billion cost-cutting reform on sickness benefits. And in Europe, Porsche SE, Volkswagen's biggest shareholder, confirmed that it is not considering selling voting shares in Europe's largest car maker as had been reported. Porsche owns 31.9% of Volkswagen's equity and 53.3% of its voting rights, and also holds a blocking minority in the untraded voting shares in Porsche AG, the luxury sports car maker that was listed in 2022. And in Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says foreign debt service gulped about $5.47 billion between January 2024 and February 2025, further indicating the increasing burden on the nation's revenues, as well as pressures on external reserves and fiscal stability. This was as the total foreign exchange direct remittances increased by 1.3% year on year to $180.03 million in the first 2 months of 2025. It has indeed been a lot of noise in the first quarter of the year, but the new U.S. administration has also sent out some signals that are getting clearer by the day. We look at how the rest of the world may be responding to the world's largest economy, saying they are going through a transition to a more private sector trade-led economy, which has still foggy implications. But like for every external development, you do get threats and opportunities. European companies are more likely to be the most impacted, perhaps because of the strong alliance Europe had with Biden and the perceived liberal affinity or support for Democrats. This administration is viewing Europe with intense suspicion. My sense is that rather than respond with tit-for-tat brinksmanship or dwell on the obvious ideological gap, this can be an opportunity for Europe to transform its competitiveness and to reconfigure its structures to be more attractive, far more attractive for business. I may agree with French Prime Minister François Bayrou, who said on Sunday that the European Union was probably mistaken in targeting American whiskey in retaliation on this tariff tit-for-tat. Instead, he's calling for talks to avoid more damaging duties on France's cognac industry. Mario Draghi, the former Italian Prime Minister and ex-president of the European Central Bank, could not have put it more bluntly when he warned last year that Europe faced an existential challenge unless it could take advantage of the latest technologies to raise its productivity. In his landmark competitiveness report, he said Europe had largely missed out on the previous internet revolution, pointing out that the EU accounted for only 4 of the 50 top tech companies in the world. The UK have been more nuanced in their response to steel and aluminium tariffs, and they are strategizing on next steps, which will include schmoozing Trump at a Buckingham Palace dinner to get a UK-US deal announcement. For emerging economies, there are threats and opportunities. India and New Zealand on Sunday announced the relaunch of free trade agreement talks after a 10-year break, following a meeting between New Zealand's Trade Minister Todd Mackley and India's Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. The talks come as India aims to conclude trade negotiations with the US and the European Union also this year. Trade talks with Australia for a comprehensive deal are also in progress, along with renegotiation of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations trade deal. Other emerging economies should step up trade diplomacy, as India is doing. Africa is not in the crosshairs of Trump, except maybe South Africa, and the potential of an integrated Africa trading and doing business with itself is still vastly underexploited and has always been a low-hanging fruit. The Africa Free Trade Pact should be stepped up. It needs more speed, ambition, and intensity. And I do not see much future for the US-Africa trade legislation. That's Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. But instead, the US will be more open to bilateral deals with main regional hubs like Nigeria, Egypt, or Kenya, especially in regions where it can counter China's rising influence. Nigeria has an opportunity given the huge win-win potential. South Africa will more likely expand its cooperation with a faster rising China within the BRICS alliance. Emerging markets debt of late has begun to struggle. The market turmoil has broken years of junk debt EM outperformance as we see more risk aversion and forecast of higher rates for longer in the US, making EM junk debt less attractive. The higher for longer cost of borrowing should be a concern, and many African countries need to be restructuring their finances to bring down their debt exposure. China and Russia are also likely to solidify their alliance with strong pushback at any chance of the US trying to align with Russia. It will be interesting to watch the conditions that are eventually agreed for a ceasefire in the Ukraine situation. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are set to hold a call about the Russia-Ukraine war in the coming week. My view is that China is not likely to be as affected by US tariffs as it could if more non-tariff barriers are erected by the US. But we have to watch as more anti-China actions rev up. For more insights on where things stand, the comments by the central bankers this week would be very useful. I would wait for the second quarter to get clarity on the impact of tariffs on inflation and on economic growth. The US administration is also racing to get out its tax cut legislation out before summer, hopefully to override the current negative mood and lift sentiment. China's retail sales was up by 4% in the January to February period from a year ago, compared with the 3.7% year-on-year growth in December, also in line with estimates. Also, Chinese industrial production just out today rose 5.9% year-on-year in the same period, slowing from the 6.2%, but better than the 5.3% forecasted. Meanwhile, fixed asset investment grew by 4.1% year-to-date, that's year-on-year, in January to February, beating the expected 3.6% figure and higher than the 3.2% last month. According to the release, the national economy was off to a steady start with new positive momentum. Still in China, global CEOs including Qualcomm Cristiano Amon and Saudi Aramco's Amin Nasser will travel to Beijing for an annual gathering of top executives, the China Development Forum, which could include private meetings with top leaders like President Xi Jinping. The event runs from March 23rd to 24th. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said yesterday that he is focused on preventing a financial crisis in the US due to massive government spending over the past few years. He added that he is guaranteeing that a financial crisis would have resulted if the new administration had not done a reset and put things on a sustainable fiscal path. And in Europe, UBS chief executive Sergio Ermotti retained his status as Europe's best paid bank boss. Last year, he was paid a higher sum than the previous year of $16.8 million. This is as the remuneration in the financial services sector faces growing scrutiny in Switzerland. Drug maker AstraZeneca said today it will buy biotechnology firm EsoBiotech for up to $1 billion. EsoBiotech's engineered nanobody lentiviral platform can genetically modify immune cells directly inside the body, allowing transformative cell therapy treatments in a much shorter period. Asia-Pacific markets mostly higher today, with investors watching Chinese equities after the government yesterday announced that it was taking steps to revive consumption and that more details would follow. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. We're on Business Day TV, Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshusami. Bye-bye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, so facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know, Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah. At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The good always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters, they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional woodcarver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing their distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half, same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through, the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana. Same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more, because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health, golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatoumata Sekona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the lady section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but just turned, well, not just 4 years.
4 years.
4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy, but it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club, and the positioning and everything. So he comes in, and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many, many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few. Yes. So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah? Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits. Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club Ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have? What are some of the things that you do on a regular basis? For our ladies subcommittee, this year we came up with the theme Chop Life. And it's just very interesting. But it's mainly because we wanted to just kind of bring a lighter spirit, Sometimes we do it on the things that are not happening and not see the things that are. So we really wanted to bring a lighter spirit, more joyfulness to the game. Times are hard and everybody's struggling, but it's always good to have an oasis that you can go to. I call this place my Disney World. I come in, I park my car, no matter what issues I might be having, I leave it at the door and come play nice, 18-hole or not, but it's fun and it gives you a therapeutic, day. You're in the fresh air, reading well, playing, have good company, and just fellowshipping and enjoying God's grace. So we started with that, and then we also put something that is quite different, which is about the community. And our goal this year, the subcommittee goal this year, is to include as many parts of our ecosystem in Ikoyi Club golf section as possible. So from the bag boys to the security, to the course workers, to the caddies. And this year, caddies is our theme. So our program is around caddies. How can we educate them? How can we uplift them? How can we make them more inclusive in the community? We've been able to do different seminars with them. We've been able to get sponsorship to do a lot of different educational programs and also support their personal education, giving them scholarship, paying school fees. If the caddies are too old to take advantage of the education part, we offer it to their next in kin so that children can take that opportunity. So we've been able to do that. And we've been really excited because we've had such great outpour of generosity. Thanks to our partner and our sponsor, our custodian investment insurance. They've just given us an amazing package to cover all of our caddies, all of our bags boys and pros with 5 years of good life insurance. Also, so we're very excited by that. We're also working with Avon HMO to also give us health check for the caddies to make sure that they're well and fit to be able to work with their players. So very, very excited about that. We also have our Junior Golf Academy, which my vice, Peggy Owen, is responsible for, and she has done a phenomenal job in getting our junior golf program from just twice a year to all year round. So that's an excitement that is around the community. And then we did for the first time this year, our Veterans Invitational. So our veterans and our super veterans were able to play, and we had a fantastic time in April with them. It's something we've never done before in the Equity Club. So that was something that the ladies came up with, and it's been fantastic. And now we're rolling in to our Open. Also, so we're excited about that. Excited. Yes. So the Open is coming up in November the 13th through the 15th, 3 days of growth tournament. And it's from 0 to 28 handicappers. Ladies from all around the world are welcome to play. And we're really encouraging all of our ladies to participate. We have limited space, of course. So, the first come, first serve, and the quicker you get in, the better. We're also going to have our sponsors and men guests play with us on the third day. And those slots are also limited, but we're encouraging them to really register early and get in. And thanks to all of our sponsors, we got Delta Airlines, that is like our carrier, and they've been with us the whole year. So they're giving the winner a premium ticket, round-trip ticket to the U.S. Oh, wow. We also have packages like going to Marrakesh. We have another package for Lockaway, golf, a country club. We have so many different gifts from different parts. We have partners that are coming, like BusinessDay and so forth. So we're very excited about what we're doing this year, and most especially in getting the awareness out for more ladies to join playing golf, because it's such an amazing sport. And you can play until you're like 90-something years old. And you've been playing for how long now? 17? I've been playing about 17 years. Awesome. At what age is it open for a young person to start playing golf? Start playing at 5. At 5 years old. Wow. Start playing. I mean, we've got, if you come around on Mondays and Saturdays and you see our little, on Fridays, and you see the little kids coming with the little backpacks on and the little golf kit carrying, they're this high, and very exciting to see. And we have some really good players in the junior academy now, and they also play around Nigeria. So recently, we had some of our kids in IDD playing their children's tournament. And there's one coming up in Ikeja. I'm sure our kids will be participating as well. So we're very excited about the Junior Academy. Exciting. And then you said something about Tuesdays. What happens on Tuesdays? What's so special about Tuesdays for the ladies? So Tuesday is about the ladies. Tuesday morning is the ladies' morning. So we get to spend time together. The course is open only to us in the morning from about 6:30 in the morning to about 10 o'clock. And the ladies come out, and we're about 60 or more, and we enjoy ourselves. We play amazing golf. We have good fun. We then, of course, proceed to hole 19, as we call it, the clubhouse, to just kind of socialize. Today was a nice day. We had a couple of our veterans players celebrating birthdays. So we got to eat, some delicacy from awesome and cake and akara, and just it's a fun atmosphere, and it brings a lot of joy, to see how much we look forward to a Tuesday on the golf course with each other. So it's just social, chill, the fresh air, all of that. Yep. What is the requirement for someone who might want to join the ladies golf section? I believe there should be some requirement, or is it free for everyone? Is it free for all? No, it's a members only club. So obviously you have to be a member of the Equity Club and the golf section. You also have to have a handicap. Yeah, so you have to have a handicap. Just to cut you short for a bit, for someone who is watching and is wondering what's an handicap, what is that in golf? So a handicap is what you get as an amateur golfer. So typically, a course for a lady might be 72 to gross out. So if you're playing as an amateur, they kind of give you a discount, because they know that you can't do, if the hole is a par 4, chances are you probably won't do a par 4. You won't do four shots to get in the hole. Yeah. So they try to give you a little bit of kind of cushion. So every hole you would get a discount, if you will, on that hole. So that determines, and as you get better in your game, that discount goes away. So if you start, say, with a handicap 36 as a lady, and you start to play really well, you would find that every time you're able to play better, your handicap will go lower. So on most sports, the win, you get higher scores. In golf, it's the opposite. You get lower scores. So for me, my handicap is now lower. So I have, of course, my discounts are it's very limited. So if I'm playing someone in a net competition, I really have to play well to win. But if it's a growth competition, yeah, I'll probably win. Because if you start to get into that single handicap category, it's much, much harder because you have to focus, you have to really pay attention to your game, and you don't get the discounts that, those large handicaps will get. So we're playing the growth. That's what I said. The Open is a growth competition. 3 days growth competition from 0 to 28 handicap.
0 to 28 handicaps. Awesome. So what's the structure of the ladies golf section?
We have a subcommittee. So I am the captain of the ladies section, subsection. I'm elected. As a vice captain, I was elected. Now I'm the captain. My vice was elected. The treasurer is elected, and the secretary is elected. But everyone else is a volunteer, appointed volunteer. Of course, we're all volunteers. And so we don't get paid for any of this. We actually pay to play the game. It brings such joy to know that you're impacting your community and you're giving back to your community and you're leaving a little bit of something better than when you came. So that's how we do it.
Awesome. And support for young female golfers, anyone in place?
We do have a lot of support from the ladies individually. And sometimes if we have requests, we definitely, as a group, we'll put together, like when the lady pros were going to do the exams, wanting to become pros, we were definitely instrumental in supporting them financially to making that happen. So today we have about 17 pros around Nigeria, ladies. Yeah, I'm so excited. Excited. And actually, one of the great things about what we're trying to do is that we're going to have the lady pros play with us this year for the first time.
Nice.
The first two in November, yes.
Interesting. And any challenges you face? Obviously, everything that has its good side must certainly have its own cons. So what are some of the challenges that you experience?
Change is difficult. So anything that is new will definitely meet resistance. So it's actually an opportunity more so than a challenge for me. It's an opportunity to do something better. And, and God is good. What the chances are that he would make me the person that he wants to use to make that change. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful I have the opportunity. I'm grateful that I can do what I can do and make the change I can make. Just playing a leisure game, nobody's paying you, but you're making your little positive impact. And then hopefully that grows from there because, light dispense anyhow, any little, it definitely gets rid of darkness. So we're just trying to be a little light in the dark that just kind of get rid of the darkness. So Chub Life theme is just that. Trying to make sure that everybody enjoy life.
The theme for this year, Chub Life.
Chub Life. Actually, that's a song by Flavor.
Yeah.
It's called Chub Life. And my husband and I were driving, going to Lockaway. We're listening to this song. And I was like, this is my jam right here. This jam is my jam. So that's where the Chub Life came.
So, and you were on your way to Lockaway. I know that's Lockaway Golf.
Yes.
So you spoke about your husband also being a golfer.
Yes.
Did you meet on the game?
No, we did not. And again, thanks be to God, both of us are in technology. And so we met in the technology field. And ever since then, we realized that we have so many things in common. So I love golf, he loves golf. Love technology, I love technology. So most of everything we kind of do together. That's a blessing.
Awesome.
And by the way, one of the reasons why we need more with me playing, because we have so many men that play golf and they would love to have the wives playing with them golf. And so we're really encouraging all of our ladies to come in. And when the kids are gone, what else do? You hang out with your husband playing golf and traveling playing golf as well. And golf takes you to some amazing places as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And I wish more and more ladies would take it.
Speaking of more women joining, what are some, notable successes from notable women in the ladies golf section that you might want to share with us?
Oh man, I have many. We have some amazing past lady captains. First of all, I wouldn't be able to do most of what I'm doing without their knowledge, their support. They've just been phenomenal. They've stepped in, directing, telling you what has happened, what has worked, what hasn't. It's a very rich amazing culture in golf because the lady captains, past lady captains, you know, they share their experience. Not only do they share their experience with you, they work with you to make sure that things are happening. So yeah, there's so many I can't even start to tell you which one to start talking about.
So what does it take to become a member of the ladies golf section?
Just register and you're good to go.
So what do you think? I mean, golfing in Africa is quite interesting. We have 828 golf courses. My research showed that. But what do you think, as someone who plays golf, what do you think is the outlook for golfing in Africa? Do you think it's looking good? Do you think people are embracing it? Do you think there's still a lot of work to be done?
I think it's looking good. I mean, South Africa, East Africa, they all about, you know, golf is there. North Africa, you know, Morocco, it's amazing the golf courses they have. So we are embracing golf. I guess the sub-Saharan, but more especially West Africa, we haven't really sunk our teeth in it. So it's more work to do here, but I think it's definitely catching on. And most especially Southern Africa, oh my goodness, they have beautiful courses. Kenya, Rwanda has a beautiful course right now, Tanzania. So it's really catching on. So it's looking up. It's looking up.
It's looking up.
Yes, it's looking up. I mean, 10 or 20 years ago, we didn't have Lackaway. Now we have Lackaway. You know, we didn't have Smoky Hill. We didn't have, you know, Ibom. So it's coming. It's coming. There's a lot of vibe around it.
And for you mentioned Lackaway, we didn't have Lackaway and now it's catching on. So what is the biggest or the biggest golf course currently in Nigeria or Lagos, so to speak?
I've played a few, but Lackaway is quite impressive. Lackaway Links is quite impressive.
Yeah. In terms of the course?
The course.
But
Ikoyi is the busiest golf course, if I dare to say, in the world. Oh yes, this course, it's busy every day except for Mondays. But even on Mondays, the caddies play. So Ikoyi Club is really busy.
Well, and then I mean, you dare to say even the world. That's quite impressive.
Yes.
Wow. So what's the future looking like for the ladies golf section?
I pray that we get our solid pros going on tour. Ladies pros, that's my prayer, is that we will have some solid lady pros coming out of Ikoyi Club, going on tour international.
Yes. That's simple.
Yes.
Simple as that. Yes. Just ladies going on tour. Awesome. Thank you so much. But before I go, what would, if you wanted to tell a woman why you should play golf, what would you be saying to her? If you're talking to me now,
I would say to you, and it depends on the woman. So if you have children, you have husband, you have this, it depends. But in general, you deserve it. Take some time out. 4 hours, 5 hours a week on a golf course, it's worth it. Clears your mind, it's good for your body, your soul, your spiritualness. You're in God's presence, all in nature. It's okay to have that time. There's nothing wrong with it. And as you get older, you will appreciate it even more. So you're getting better with age. Why not get better with golf?
That's an interesting way to look at it. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. Thank you very much to Mrs. Koka Fatumata LC for spending our time with us today, speaking about the importance of golf and what the Ikoyi ladies golf section is doing. Very interesting conversation. I've learned a lot, being in the presence of nature, and it's been such a beautiful time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right then.
You are watching Business Day Television.
We'd like to welcome you all for this occasion as we discuss the future of real estate, as we explore the demographics, the urbanization and opportunities amid economic shifts. Today we have brought together industry leaders, we've brought together investors, policymakers, and innovators as we seek to unlock Nigeria's $900 billion real estate market. With Nigeria's population of over 223 million and projections to reach 400 million by 2050, this conference is catered to addressing the housing deficit and helping us to seize some of the opportunities that we have present. And we are very delighted to have you all present here today. It's our delight, it's our honor that you've chosen to be here. You could be in every other place, but you've chosen to be here today. And we hope that we give you good use for your time this morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Elizabeth Musa, and it's my honor to serve as your MC for this occasion. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like you to please give yourselves a round of applause for being here this morning. Just before we proceed, and I welcome our publisher to give us the welcome address today, I'd like you to please look to the person closest to you. Just give them a nudge and tell them something nice. You're welcome to Pre-Invest 2025. Thank you very much. Without wasting any more of our time, I'd like us to please make welcome for the welcome address, the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aigbogun. Please give him a round of applause.
I don't deserve that applause. I'm not a speaker. I'm not a panelist. But thank you so much all the same. We had been just tarrying in the hope that the commissioner, the Lagos State Commissioner, will join us. The last time we made contact, he said he was going to get back to us to tell us his exact location so we can properly time his arrival here, but he hasn't gotten back to us. But we thought we should not wait or delay you for much longer. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have indeed a pleasure, and I think it's a privilege as well for me to stand before you to welcome you to our annual Pre-Invest conference. And I join my colleague in appreciating you for choosing to spend your time this morning with us. You know, at BusinessDay, we particularly give attention to what is happening in the real estate sector. The real estate sector is not defined by just the data, the GDP data that we talk about or that we hear about. The real estate sector is more crucial, more vital than any data can suggest. All of us have come from different homes this morning, all of us. And it's probably one of the few things common with all of us here today. That is a mark of how important and crucial your sector is. But beyond that, there is, of course, the part that the real estate plays in the overall economy in terms of investment, creating wealth, creating jobs, but as I said earlier, providing shelter for us at home, and of course, very good offices in which we can be highly productive as well. So the real estate sector has been a cornerstone of wealth creation, of urban transformation, and being a journalist and being one who has gone around a bit, I also know what is possible, what much more can be done if government, because that's what I hear, can you guys get the government out of our way? What you have achieved so far, being the third contributor to economic development, has been essentially without the government. In fact, if the government got out of your way, you will be much bigger today. You will be much active. I am not saying there is no role for government. My view is government is better serving the people when it is taking out the bottlenecks on the way of the private sector through policies, through proper regulation. Regulation that does not constrict, regulation that does not hold back, but regulation that empowers you in this hall and many others to do well. And I want to just end by saying that sometimes we underrate ourselves. Sometimes we don't place the right value in what we do. I have a very high esteem for the quality of the practitioners in your sector because I have a personal or a near personal experience. Our youngest son, Richard, under the tutelage of Larry during service and after youth service, relocated to Houston in March of last year, a year now. And when he got there, he did not study real estate. He just got in because once he reported to Larry, I don't know what Larry gave him. I mean, Larry who's with us here this morning. He got into real estate. And then, of course, he said he wanted to continue in real estate in Houston. And I said, really? Okay, so what do you do? He says he has to go for certification. In America, all the states have their own different certification. And he was going to be taking 7 different exams. Truth is, he joined classes of people who have been trying. My son did all the exams when he was meant to and came out in flying colors. In fact, in some of the tests, he had 100%. You know what? I was with him 2 weeks ago, and he was meant to have taken us somewhere, and he was late, and he had a colleague sitting behind him. And he said to me that they were going for an, what do you call those things? An inspection. And the son said, you must be proud of your son. Did he tell you how he just came from nowhere and just went ahead of the people he met in class? I said, he told me. And I have told Larry that this morning in appreciation. The truth is, we have people, and some of them are in this hall, providing excellent quality of leadership in your sector. And my appeal to you this morning is that you should continue. I'm hoping the commissioner will join us, because in truth, if government will join with you to do what it must do, we will have an even greater real estate sector in Nigeria. I want to thank our sponsors, without whom we will not be here this morning. We are particularly grateful for the support from Dia Fatimile, from UPDC, Mark Rennie LP, and of course, Axial Pacific. We thank you so much for being the pillar upon which we are able to stand this morning. Now, I hope the time you have chosen to spend here today will be worth your while. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Once again, please put your hands together for the publisher of Business Day. I know it doesn't like it, but it's the visionary behind everything we're doing here today.
I'd like us to please make welcome for a presentation and goodwill message the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Housing, Mrs. Bakare Barakat Olaomi. She'll be coming here to give us a goodwill message. And it's International Women's Month, so please put your hands together for her. She comes up.
Good morning. So, I am not Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakare. My name is Temitope Akimbola. I'm an estate surveyor and valuer. I'm the Director of Monitoring and Compliance from the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority. I'm representing the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor, to Lagos State Governor on Housing, who is in the person of Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakare, and she's unavoidably absent. She sends her greetings and her high regard to the publisher and the entire team. So I'll just be reading her address, the address on her behalf this morning. And I acknowledge all our honorable people sitting here present without having to mention names. I acknowledge you all, and I say a very good morning to you all. It is a great honor for me to represent the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Housing, Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakare, at this prestigious event, the BusinessDay Property Investment Pre-Invest 2025, with the theme, The Future of Real Estate, Harnessing Demographics, Urbanization, and Opportunities Amid Economic Shifts. The Nigerian real estate sector presents immense opportunities for economic growth, yet many of these opportunities remain untapped by most investors and industry practitioners. Nigeria, often referred to as the giant of Africa, continues to lead the continent in real estate investments. This feat is largely driven by its rapidly growing population, which is now in excess of 220 million people, with an active age group of between 15 and 64 years, constituting approximately 54% of the population. About this same percentage represents urban dwellers, with the annual rate of urbanization estimated at 4.3% as at 2023. This should be a major plus for high property investment opportunities, since everything done in life is on land. However, despite this potential, challenges persist, hindering the sector from reaching its full capacity. And the challenge investors often have is to combine long-term views based on demographic changes with a demand to generate returns often over much shorter time periods in property investments. The influx of unqualified practitioners is a major challenge confronting the real estate industry within Nigeria, and especially in Lagos State. And this has negatively impacted the sector's credibility and growth. With Lagos State being a reflection of Nigeria's urbanization and also one of the fastest growing urban areas in the world economically, the increasing demand for residential, commercial, and industrial properties has given rise to fraudulent practices such as multiple allocations of the same property to different tenants, inflated rent prices, and substandard construction projects. These issues not only discourage investors, but also pose a serious threat to public trust and investor confidence as key elements of property investment in the sector. Another critical issue is the inadequate implementation and enforcement of property laws. The absence of strict regulatory oversight has led to numerous cases where investors are defrauded or deprived of properties they have legally acquired. The initiative of the Lagos State government in establishing the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority has been a step in the right direction in this regard, in eliminating unethical practices and enhancing transparency in the real estate sector, which offers investors a healthy playing ground for property investment. The alarming frequency of building collapses across Nigeria further highlights the urgent need for stringent building standards and enforcement mechanisms. Contractors and developers who fail to adhere to proper construction standards must face strict penalties to deter negligence and ensure public safety. The growing appeal of Lagos as a tourism and a business destination attracts millions of people each year, despite the stringent economic situation being experienced, and this is a major opportunity investors should continue to leverage. This appeal has created a surge in the demand for shortlets, which, unlike hotels, offer a homely atmosphere and are more affordable and offer quick financial returns for investors. The rise for remote work adds to this need for shortlets. In Lagos State, we are committed to transforming the real estate industry. Through the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, we have leveraged technology to improve ease of doing business for investors. Our online platform, lasrera.lagostate.gov.ng, provides access to accredited real estate practitioners, ensuring transparency and protecting investors from fraudulent activities. As we continue to regulate and professionalize the sector, I urge all stakeholders, investors, developers, and real estate professionals to advocate for ethical practices and also register with the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority to enhance regulation and credibility, as well as foster an environment where real estate investments can thrive safely and sustainably. The Lagos State government remains committed to providing an enabling environment for real estate growth, ensuring that lives and properties are protected. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a fruitful deliberations at today's event. Thank you all, and God bless for a greater Lagos.
Thank you very much, ma'am. As we go on, I would like to please make welcome for another goodwill message, the National Organization Secretary for the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, and he will be representing the National President of REDAN. Please make him feel welcome as he comes up for a goodwill message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dotun Oloyede. I'm the CEO of Roland Properties and Allied Services Limited. And I also hold the position of the National Organizing Secretary for the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. First, I would like to say a very big kudos to Business Day. I think in 2022, I was privileged to sit on one of the panel conversations at Landmark, and I remember the argument that I issued after that session, and it's been a guiding light to some of the things we do, and it's very great to see that we still keep the flag flying, and I want to say very big kudos for that. Permit me to stand on existing protocol while I deliver this speech on behalf of the REDAN President, President of Prince Akintoye Adeoye. It's my pleasure to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the President of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN, Prince Akintoye Adeoye, at the Business Day Property Investment 2025. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, the National Executive Council, and the entire members of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, I am honored to extend my warm greetings and goodwill at this significant event. Rather than commends Business Day for its dedication to advancing discussions on critical issues in Nigeria's real estate sector, this collaboration is essential as we work together to address the persistent challenges affecting housing delivery in our country. The need for affordable housing remains a pressing concern, and collective efforts are required to develop innovative solutions to bridge the housing deficit. While the real estate sector in Nigeria has seen remarkable growth, driven by urbanization, demographic shift, and technological advancement, several obstacles still hinders its full potential. These include high cost of mortgages, bureaucratic bottlenecks in land titling and approvals, rising building material costs, and limited access to funding for developers. Addressing these issues is crucial to creating a more sustainable and inclusive real estate industry. At Redan, we remain committed to fostering innovation, strengthening partnerships, and advocating for policies that will enhance the sector through collaboration and strategic initiatives. We aim to empower developers, uphold professional standards, and promote transparency in the industry. I am confident that the discussions at this conference will lead to meaningful insights and actionable solutions that will propel the real estate industry forward. May these gatherings serve as a platform for knowledge exchange, strategic alliance, and groundbreaking initiatives. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers, sponsors, and participants for their contribution to the success of this event. As I conclude, I reaffirm Redan's dedication to inclusivity and collaboration within the real estate community. I encourage developers and stakeholders to align with Redan's mission as we continue advocating for sustainable housing development and a thriving real estate sector in Nigeria. Together, through innovation and strategic partnerships, we can build a future where real estate industry drives economic growth, enhances social well-being, and ensures environmental sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dotun Oloyede, for that brilliant goodwill message. I'd also like to welcome now for another presentation and goodwill message, Mr. Lanre Olutimilehin. He is the strategic advisor at Dia Fatimilehin and Co. And he'll be coming up right now. Please make him feel welcome as he comes up for another message.
Good morning, everyone. I will stand on the existing protocols, and I want to thank Business Day for the opportunity to speak here this morning. My name is Lanre Olutimilehin. I am the strategic advisor at Dia Fatimilehin & Company. Dia Fatimilehin & Company is a complete real estate services and advisory firm. And today I'm going to be speaking on a new model for housing and finance development. So I have a presentation, but I hope it will be uploaded shortly. I will start speaking anyway. I think that the challenges with respect to housing are fairly well known, so I will only touch on those in the first part of my presentation. And in the second part, I'm glad to speak about a solution that we have My apologies. Okay. So the second half of my presentation will cover a solution that we have worked with partners in the public and private sector to develop. So you can't read what is there in totality, but you might call what we are facing in Nigeria at the moment a housing emergency. Most governments are facing housing deficits, and it's a time bomb waiting to explode. It's clear that there's a need to provide housing at scale and in a sustainable manner. Housing is so critical. I think we all know that. And a lack of it results in social and economic exclusion, disillusionment with government, youth vulnerability, and in some cases where you have urban slums where there are huge housing shortages, they become breeding grounds for radical movements. And I think there are numerous examples of that globally. Next slide, please. In terms of the drivers of this shortage, I think we know it's rapid urbanization and population growth. So this is a map of Nigeria showing all the agglomerations within the country. It's sourced from Africapolis, it's a research organization. And it's easy to see, you know, we've got Lagos, Kano, Onitsha, Ibadan, Port Harcourt. You can see all those big agglomerations with large numbers of people. And in terms of statistics, the urban population of Nigeria, out of all the countries in Africa, is first. The level of urbanization is put at 59%. And the number of agglomerations is numbered at about 1,469. So Nigeria has the largest number of agglomerations in Africa. Next slide, please. In terms of where all these people are going, I think it's obvious. We see Lagos, Onitsha, Abuja, Kano, Kaduna, Uyo, Nsukka. So we see that it's happening. We know it's happening. There's data to back it up. And all this is leading to a severe housing shortage. So our cities are being reshaped very, very quickly. And it's obvious that there's a need for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient housing. Next slide, please. So housing is a fundamental component of how communities are built and how our cities are shaped. I think on the right, you know, you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and shelter is, again, at the most basic level. It's a physiological and physical need that we all have. And it plays a central role in mitigating social and economic vulnerability. I was privileged to participate in a course that was put together by the Affordable Housing Institute in the US. And there are several points they've made, you know, which I think bring this housing need home. Firstly, housing is where the community meets the household. Secondly, housing is where jobs go to sleep at night. Affordable housing is where essential jobs go to sleep at night. All those critical jobs within the city, those essential jobs, they need affordable housing. And when we add one job to the urban economy, we are adding another home. So all the migration we are seeing, all the rapid urbanization is creating the need for more homes. And again, depending on where those people are living, because of what they can afford, you are adding to the traffic. So we need hard infrastructure as well to sustain that housing development. Next slide, please. So whatever the form of the city or the urban development we're speaking about, housing is at the core of it. It links the physical, social, and economic elements of the city. So whether we're going to where we need to work, whether we need to go to school, where we want to eat, where we want to enjoy community activities, It's all centered on our homes. So I think, next slide, please. But obviously that also comes with some challenges, which are because when you have fast-growing cities, you create informal environments as well. You lead to slums. And the outcomes of those are issues with housing affordability, infrastructure strain, traffic congestion, overburdened public services, environmental degradation, social inequality, security concerns, public health concerns as well. Next slide, please. So all that preamble helps us talk about the housing challenge. And again, the facts are known. I won't spend too much time on this again. But the range of the housing deficit in Nigeria varies. Different people will give you different numbers. One of the largest numbers we've come across is 28 million from the Center for Affordable Housing Finance. And then the estimates of supply versus that 28 million deficit are put at about 100,000 housing units annually. Some estimates say that we need 1 million homes annually to be produced to bridge that deficit. Again, when you have 28 million, I think 1 million a year is still too low. And also, in terms of financing and the ability to fund acquisition of these homes, the mortgage to GDP ratio in Nigeria is quite low. One estimate is at 0.5%, one of the lowest in the world and in Africa. Next slide, please. So, access to affordable and adequate housing remains a challenge. And there are still very limited options for home ownership for many people. The Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Corporation, NMRC, did a survey, and these were 3 of the largest concerns that people had. Firstly, the high cost of the homes that are being developed now put many of those homes out of reach of many Nigerians. Secondly, many of the Nigerians have inadequate income, and so they cannot even save the equity that would be needed if they had to borrow, or if they were even able to borrow to buy or acquire these homes. And finally, there's limited access to affordable financing options, particularly mortgages. Next slide, please. Again, from that NMRC survey, 65% of the respondents would love to acquire their property using mortgages. But what are the mortgage challenges? Firstly, low income or salary. So that's the second chart. High interest rates or the lack of jobs or employment. So those form the majority. The fund manager is ARM Investment Managers. And we're proud to say funding has been raised. So 150 billion of concessionary funding from the federal government through MOFI. And that money has come in at close to concessionary rates, close to 0, and I'll explain why. And then commercial funding from institutional investors in the amount of 100 billion. And the asset allocation for this fund is for mortgage loans up to 75% of that amount, 250 billion. Real estate related assets, and that is in reference to the offtake guarantees, of up to 25%. And then liquid assets, obviously, to ensure that there's liquidity for the fund. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the fund trying to do? Again, I talked about long-term, low-cost mortgages at low interest rates of up to 20 years. Low interest rates are relative, but the pricing expectation for these mortgages is in the low teens. And the idea is that relative to commercially priced mortgages, or what is existing in the market right now, they are quite cheaper, much cheaper. Secondly, credit enhancement to developers to help them raise the construction finance they need to develop. Now, these offtake guarantees are a backstop. They're a last resort for developers. But the idea is that there is a buyer in the form of the MREIF in the event that developers are unable to sell what they put together. And the idea is that would enable them to access funding from their lenders. All this is being put together on a digital platform, which is accessible to all the different stakeholders in this plan. That's developers, financiers, and home buyers. So there's a digital platform that is available to provide a seamless end-to-end application process. Again, it's a catalyst for unlocking long-term capital from institutional investors. So institutional investors are not putting money into this thing at concessionary rates. It was going to be very difficult for them to justify, which is why the concessionary funding has come in from the government, so that the blended cost of funding for the MREIF is low enough to ensure that those mortgages can be priced appropriately. In addition, plans are rapidly underway for a non-interest portion as well that is Sharia compliant. And we all know, that's been alluded to already, that there are many improvements in the real estate and construction sector that will come from that effective demand being in place, as well as from the ability of developers to supply housing. Next slide, please. So this is just a very high-level overview of what is happening. It's a bit more detailed than this. But on the right is the demand side. The interface that home buyers have with the MREIF is through eligible financial institutions like primary mortgage banks and commercial banks. The MREIF lends via a facility to the eligible financial institutions, which then on-lend. So it's an on-lending structure that's in place. And then you have the offtake guarantees that go to developers to support the applications for funding from construction finance providers. An important aspect of this as well is looking to the future, the ability to make this a living fund and to recycle capital. And we're working with the NMRC to ensure that the mortgage underwriting standards conform. So all the mortgages are going to be provided on using the uniform underwriting standards that have been
pieces of good news came in yesterday. First is inflation in Nigeria continuing to inch down, reinforcing the narrative that inflation rate may have peaked and that we may soon begin to see the Central Bank of Nigeria easing rates. And in the US, a return to positive US retail sales growth from last month's decline, which challenges the thinking that the world's largest economy is already in a decline. But of course, the sales growth we saw was still less than expected. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we analyze the main business stories. And let's go straight to the latest Nigeria inflation release. National Bureau of Statistics released inflation print showing it eased to 23.18% in February. Annual inflation in Nigeria fell sharply from 34.8% in December to 24.48% in January. That was after the rebasing, the first major drop in over a decade. This was the month after it rebased its consumer price index to reflect changes and weights in consumption patterns, as well as using a different base year. The February 2025 headline inflation rate showed a decrease of 1.3% compared to the January 2025 headline inflation rate. On a month-on-month basis, the headline inflation rate in February stood at 2.04%. Food inflation, which is the key driver, was up 23.51% year-on-year in February, compared also to 26.08% the month before, so another decrease there. At its first rate-setting meeting of the year, that's last month, the central bank retained the benchmark interest rate at 27.5% after 6 hikes last year, waiting to see what the inflation trend would be after the rebasing. Last year also saw the highest inflation print in 28 years after President Bola Tinubu acted to end costly subsidies and the devaluation of the naira currency. What we know is that benchmark interest rates are now real. That is, the interest rates are higher than inflation, which is good, and the central bank can find that it can begin to ease the high cost of borrowing if we do continue to see inflation trending down. To understand how to interpret inflation data, first is to see that this is a lagging indicator. It shows economic conditions that have already taken place rather than predicting future trends. The movement in prices typically results from prior shifts in supply and demand, wage growth, or monetary policy decisions. Do take some time before the impact of all those factors transmit into prices. Analysts observe that a key reason why inflation lags behind broader economic activity is because of this time that it takes for cost pressures to filter through different sectors. When businesses face higher expenses, there is a delay before costs are passed to consumers, as companies absorb some of the burden temporarily or adjust prices gradually. The result is that by the time inflation data shows a significant increase, the underlying causes have often been in place for months or even years. The same thing when costs begin to come down. It takes time to see the full impact. The challenge for central banks is to accurately gauge the transmission time of their policies. In Nigeria, as hiking of rates ceased or paused, the impact of previous hikes will still be in play for a few months, even after the pause. The imperative now is to gauge when best and how much easing to do without reversing gains in stabilizing prices. In the US, retail sales rose by 0.2% in February to $722.7 billion after the 1.2% decrease reported in January, but still lower than the market expectation for an increase of 0.7%. On a yearly basis, retail sales were up 3.1%. Retail trade sales were up 0.5% from January 2025 and up 3.4% from last year. The report from the Commerce Department suggested the economy continued to grow in the first quarter, though at a moderate pace, reflecting a cautious consumer. It showed sales at restaurants and bars declining by the most in 13 months amid the deteriorating sentiment. Analysts also said it elevated concerns that the economy already is shrinking. The risk of much weaker growth remains elevated as consumers hold back spending to build savings buffers in response to concerns about job security. Now for some business stories. U.S. stocks gained for a second straight session on Monday as investors bought the dips, seeking gains or profits after the Nasdaq and S&P 500's 4-week tumble. The latest retail sales economic data was also a source of some relief to those concerned that the economy was in decline. Talking of dips, the Magnificent Seven is now trading at the lowest valuation premium relative to the rest of the S&P 500 since 2017. Despite consensus earnings expectations that the group will collectively continue to grow their earnings per share at a faster rate than most of the other companies. So you can join the dots. Google parent Alphabet is reported to be in advanced talks to acquire cybersecurity startup Wiz for around $30 billion. Wiz provides cloud-based cybersecurity solutions powered by artificial intelligence that help companies identify and remove critical risks on cloud platforms. It called off a $23 billion deal with Alphabet last year so that it could focus on its initial public offering. The deal, if it goes through, will help Alphabet tap into the cybersecurity industry and expand its booming cloud infrastructure segment, which generated more than $43 billion in revenue last year. Another deal brewing. PepsiCo said it would buy prebiotic soda brand Poppi for $1.95 billion, expanding into the healthier soda category at a time when the company is battling falling demand for its traditional beverages and snacks. Shares of PepsiCo were up 1.6% in early trading, and definitely there's a bit of good news there if that deal goes through. Governor Kazuo Ueda and his fellow board members are set to keep the policy rate at 0.5% at tomorrow's conclusion of their two-day policy meeting. A key focus at this week's meeting will be any signals from Ueda related to the timing of the next move, as well as any cautionary comments over protectionist trade policies and their potential impact. Also on central banks, investors are looking ahead to Thursday's Bank of England's policy decision and expecting a hold amid still sticky UK price trends. Markets have priced no change, also due to the clear messaging from senior policymakers that slow and cautious adjustments in policy are likely moving forward. US FOMC, that's the Fed Open Market Committee, that's tomorrow, also not expected to change their benchmark rates when they decide. But we will get updated economic projections, and that could be quite revealing. Audi plans to cut 7,500 jobs as the German car maker seeks to fund the challenging transition to electric mobility. The manufacturer, owned by Volkswagen, yesterday announced plans to axe around 8% of its workforce by 2029. The job cuts are part of a series of measures aimed at saving £840 million a year as economic conditions become increasingly tougher and competitive pressure and political uncertainties are presenting the company with immense challenges. UK Business Minister Jonathan Reynolds is expected to meet with US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and US Trade Representative Jamieson Greer in Washington today to advance discussions on a bilateral trade agreement. Also in the UK, retailer Tesco says it is lifting pay for its store staff by 5.2%, but will scrap the extra pay for working on Sunday. The UK's biggest supermarket chain said the hourly rate will go up by 43p to £12.45 from 30th of March after reaching a deal with unions. It will raise pay again to £12.64 from the end of August, a little above the UK national minimum wage. However, Tesco will also drop the current 10% pay bonus for Sunday shifts for all staff. Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said that monthly losses of the Suez Canal revenues reached around $800 million due to Yemen's Houthis attacking vessels in the Red Sea. The Iran-backed Houthis have attacked vessels since November 2023, disrupting global shipping by forcing vessels to avoid the nearby Suez Canal and reroute trade around Africa, raising shipping costs. Meanwhile, oil prices were inching up yesterday as the US warned that Iran would be held responsible for future Houthi rebel attacks. Kenya and the International Monetary Fund are discussing a new lending program and abandoning the current one as the country struggles to get its economy back on track after high levels of borrowing led to a surge in debt servicing costs. The East African nation needs continued financial support from the fund to keep up with debt repayments that have accumulated as a result of very heavy government spending in recent years. In South Africa, the average inflation forecast for 2025 in a closely watched survey commissioned by the central bank fell further in the first quarter of this year, dropping below the level the bank aims for. The Bureau for Economic Research said its survey now expects inflation of 4.3% in 2025, down from 4.5% in the previous survey. The South African Reserve Bank tries to keep inflation near 4.5%, the midpoint of its 3 to 6% target band. Shares of China's BYD surged in Hong Kong after it announced a new technology that allows electric cars to be charged in 5 minutes, adding 470 kilometers in range, based on tests on its new sedan. That is as fast as the time it takes to fill your tank. MTN Group is spinning off fintech corporations in Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda during the first half of 2025. This is part of a broader reorganization that will enable MasterCard acquire a minority stake in these high-growth units based on a deal struck in 2023. Asian markets were mostly higher as investors turned positive on the outlook for China, welcoming promises to further support domestic consumption. Gold prices were above the crucial $3,000 mark for the second time in a week as investors sought cover from many economic concerns and issues around uncertainty. Spot gold rose 0.2% to $3,006 an ounce early in the morning after hitting a record high of $3,017 per ounce earlier in the session. Global markets also on edge, focused on the phone call between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin as the US pushes for a ceasefire and peace deal in Ukraine, also with a few central bank meetings later in the week. A ceasefire deal could imply reduced volatility, lower European gas prices, and a stronger euro. European stocks were also set to track Asian peers higher. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. We're on Business Day TV, Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosani. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
5. We'd like to welcome you all for this occasion as we discuss the future of real estate, as we explore the
institutions like primary mortgage banks and commercial banks. The MREIF lends via a facility to the eligible financial institutions, which then on-lend. So it's an on-lending structure that's in place. And then you have the offtake guarantees that go to developers to support the applications for funding from construction finance providers. An important aspect of this as well is looking to the future, the ability to make this a living fund and to recycle capital. And we're working with the NMRC to ensure that the mortgage underwriting standards conform. So all the mortgages are going to be provided on using the uniform underwriting standards that have been adopted by the NMRC, which would allow for refinancing of those mortgage loans with the NMRC over time. Next slide, please. For more information, there is a website that's accessible, and the information is there, www.mreif.com.ng. But dear Fatimilein, the team, myself, Mr. Fatimilein, who just arrived, are available to speak to you about it if you have any questions or want more clarification. I appreciate that this was quite high level, but it is one solution that we've been working on with Morphe and the Ministry of Finance for over 2 years now. And, you know, we're glad that it's about to commence and launch. Launch is expected very soon, and it will be announced. But information is available for all the different potential stakeholders in the program. And we look forward to the operationalization of the fund. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's room for questions, but again, we're available. Thank you.
Larry, thank you very much. I mean, this is perhaps the most profound presentation on this scheme that I have seen since it was initiated. And I would really want to thank Larry for the depth of the presentation, but perhaps more importantly, for the participation of him personally and of course of the father and the firm in helping this to get to where it is today. We moan a lot, but I think that the huge gap that we have seen, we must acknowledge that government may appear to be starting the process of covering that gap. Given how important this is, and given how, as I said earlier, profound this presentation is, Larry, we will definitely plead with you so we can 10 minutes, maybe 15, to take 1, 2, probably 3 questions. So if you have a question, just oh my goodness. We're going to do 3, I hope 3. It's possible that if we take 3 questions, in answering those 3, he will answer maybe 10 more others. So let's not be too anxious. Let's just listen to see. Okay, let's start. Here, sir, given that your hand went up first. Here, sir. First, I'll take him first, and I'll come to you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm seeing hands up. We will do our best. Please, sir. My thinking, Larry, please be ready to take the questions down. We'll take 3, 4, and then you come to the podium to answer. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you want to come to the podium?
No, when the questions have been asked.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
My question is on try to understand the structure of the MRIF. Now, I recollect the NMRC was also structured to resolve a very similar problem. I am not sure, I want to know what NMRC is currently doing, because NMRC is supposed to refinance primary mortgage and reliquidate the mortgage market. Now, this fund in itself, again, is doing the same thing. It's also going to be funding construction and going to be providing mortgages again. Now, also recollect that the pension fund has 25% available for for equity. It's there waiting for people to access. Now, is the government seeing the synergy across board? The problem is simply, as you pointed out, people have low income. They cannot put down equity. That's number one problem. Number two problem is building materials, the cost of actually building these assets. Now, what about land? That is where the low-hanging fruit is. There's nothing addressing how you access land, but you want to provide the funds to build buildings that don't situate on land, but may not actually reduce the cost. Effective demand versus adequate supply.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So my question is regarding the...
Let's try and make it short, so we don't overwhelm Larry. I know the father is here, but we don't want to overwhelm him.
My question speaks to eligibility criteria for the MREs, because in my organization, we have a 1,000 housing unit project somewhere in Mowe that we started last year, and some of the challenges is, of course, it's finance. We had spoken with Federal Mortgage Bank, who wouldn't, well, their preference is to give corporate loans, cooperative loans, and also, and what he mentioned about affordability and being able to qualify for those loans. So my question is, the MREs, is it on the buyer side or on the developer side, or is it both?
Or both.
And what are the criteria?
Thank you, sir. I saw a hand up at the very back. There, with the blue heart. No. Yes, there. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Larry. The question I have is for Emre. What are the chances of private individuals who are not working for government, who are not salary earners, to access it?
Can we get that clearly? Because there are two categories you mentioned. If you're not working for government, you can still be a salary earner. Are you suggesting?
Okay, let's just say principally those who are not salary earners.
Okay.
You understand? How do they access it? Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, I think we should, yeah, please come. Thank you. I know you are not government, so just answer.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I will do my best to answer because, I mean, it took 2 years. So there's a reason it did. I think the first thing to note is that, as my presentation said, there is a full value chain that needs to be addressed. When we started discussing this with Murphy, we looked at various parts of that value chain. And the idea was for an all-encompassing solution. I think the challenge with that is that once things don't get done, right? So you have to start from somewhere and build on that. And also in attracting private sector capital, I think it was also very important because this was a bit unusual. We had to simplify what we were offering. So at this starting point, the easy thing to explain to them was, in attracting that private sector capital to the fund, is mortgages. Mortgages were clear. Offtake guarantees less so. to be honest, because that was not as easy to explain, but they were willing to support that as well. So the idea is that, yes, over time, many of the items or the elements in that value chain will have to be addressed. But the fund is to act as a catalyst for those things to start happening. The size of the fund is $1 trillion. Right now, 250 billion has been raised. And the plan is for much more to be raised to address different things. So, where are we with the NMRC? The NMRC is a refinancing vehicle. So the NMRC refinances mortgages that are in the system, and it's to allow those financial institutions that are accessing the NMRC's facility to lend more. But the mortgages need to be there. The mortgages actually have to be there to be refinanced. And we understood that there was no way to do something like this without having the NMRC carried along. So the NMRC is a critical part of that. And it's really to create the stock of mortgages that would allow them to continue refinancing. So all we are doing is strengthening primary mortgage banks and commercial banks that want to be involved to lend and providing funding for them to lend. So I think it's just to think about it that way and not much more complicated than that, because it's not to refinance. The fund is not going to be doing refinancing. It's providing mortgages or providing the capacity for the financial institutions that participate to create mortgages. Then those mortgages can be refinanced with the NMRC. In addition, pension funds or PFAs are very interested in this fund. There's been a lot of engagement with them, and they understand it, and they are also, that 100 billion tranche we talked about, that's the second series, obviously, of institutional investors, is primarily pension funds. So they are participating, they understand the need and the objectives of the fund, and they are supporting the MREIF. In terms of the eligibility criteria, that was the second question. The MREIF is on both sides. So it's on the home buyer side as well as the developer side. Now, majority of the fund is allocated to creating mortgages. The reason for that, again, is we needed a starting point with which to engage institutional investors. I think creating mortgages, it's an easier thing to understand than the offtake guarantees. But we believe that with time, that offtake guarantee product that is targeted at developers, as it gets better understood, we will see that that can grow and more can be allocated to the offtake guarantees. And in terms of eligibility, again, all this information is on the website. For home buyers, it's the uniform underwriting standards that have been developed by the mortgage industry. So it's the UUS, and those are clear, those are available publicly. For the developers, there's a process to access offtake guarantees, and it is centered on developer credibility and ability to deliver what you are saying you will deliver, and that is going to be vetted and checked to ensure that the developer has the capacity to build what it says it will build and to deliver, and that will be monitored as well. So again, I think information is available on the website, but we are also available to talk more about that. Private individuals can access this. So I think, again, the underwriting standards focus, the uniform underwriting standards have some measure of allowance for that. And in lending or in creating these mortgages, the underwriting criteria are based on what the eligible financial institutions are happy to underwrite. Okay? So they are based on the uniform underwriting standards at a minimum, but the eligible financial institution will look at the income profile of the intended borrower and make a decision about it. So let me just clarify again, the presentation is off. What the MREIF does is provide funding to eligible financial institutions to on-lend. Those eligible financial institutions, which are primary mortgage banks or commercial banks, have to make the underwriting decision. Okay? Now, in terms of the application process, there is a digital platform which is going to be launched where a home buyer can go, look at property that's listed. So developers can list property on the platform. And then once they have selected a property, they will undergo, there's a eligibility questionnaire for mortgages. And that where you input information about your income and other information that's requested, and then you get pre-approved, following which you can select an eligible financial institution from which to get a mortgage loan. And then the underwriting process continues. Okay, so the idea is to make this completely accessible to the wider public, and to make mortgages widely available. Mr. Fatimile, would you like to? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. We're available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. You know, I think it's important to look at this as a first step. We're not going to answer all the questions of the sector at the very beginning. But I think it's important that as it is, that focus is on the home buyer. You asked the question about developers. The truth is, if I can buy a home, yeah, it gives you strength to build a house for me. So you may not necessarily at the beginning think about your own problem. You solve my problem. That's me. I have a pocket. And once your house is ready, I will unload what I have, and that's it. And once we do it more and more and more, then you then have significant capacity to begin to build, and then you're developing able and effective buyers as well. And in any case, it's easier for government to sell that because government doesn't want to be seen as providing free money for politicians. They will tell you that they want to give money to Nigerians to buy their houses. And that's a very good political statement. So I think there is a good start. I believe there is a good start. The things about eligibility, the truth is, the ones who are stronger are likely going to be the ones who get into the game first. Yeah? And as your problem is sorted, then the second level will emerge, and as we go on. But this is just a start. Thank you, sir. I don't want to pretend to be in your position, sir.
No, sir. We thank you for providing this forum for us, and we are appreciative of it. But basically, the MREIF is to catalyze the building industry. 100 housing units is too small for a country like Nigeria, so it has to move higher so that we can be satisfied. One of the reasons why people jackwal is because their counterpart, when they get abroad, within 2 years of getting there, 3 years, they own their own houses, and they are sending photographs or things about their new home, and they get envious, so they want to go. So, and you can't blame them. So this program that has been started is just the tip of the iceberg, because the Ministry of Finance also do not want to stop there. They intend to catalyze local building material production. And that is underway. That we substantially reduce the percentage of building materials that are imported from abroad. That is the second phase. Apart from that, they also have a plan for the artisans. Because when you look at Nigeria, almost about good artisans in Lagos area alone, that are foreigners are in excess of 1.5 million people that work here every year, and they work for 9 months and they take the money to their country, Republic of Benin. They come as far as from Congo Kinshasa. So we need to train. So they are going to put training in place for the artisan and all those things. Those are underway. But we need to create where they will work before. The MRIV has to help people to build, because there are no buildings to mortgage anyway, and provide the mortgages. So when that is done, you will see that the ecosystem will then become bigger and bigger. The idea is to create a fund that is big, like the Fannie Mae thing of the US, which catalyzes the brings a good product to people's purview. And question has been asked about MRC. MRC cannot work unless mortgages are there, because there's nothing to finance. That's why they've not been very effective, even in the last nearly 10 years they've been in place. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much to Mr. Larry Olutimileyin, the strategic advisor, Dia Fatimileyin & Co., as well as you, sir, Mr. Boyega Fatimileyin, the founding partner of Dia Fatimileyin & Co. Also, please, I would like you to please put a round of applause for them, because they are our headline sponsors today. We also like to recognize our sponsors for this event, UPDC PLC, as well as Mark Rene LP, as well as Excel Pacific Realty. Once again, thank you to Mr. Larry Olutimileyin for putting together that really insightful presentation. You know, he went from talking on development to construction to financing and marketing, the entire value chain itself. So thank you so much for that. As we go on in the agenda today, I'd like to make welcome for the first panel, because I imagine that the conversations will keep getting even broader. So the first panel today is on the demographic advantage and turning population growth into real estate opportunities. And this panel will be moderated by Mr. Temi Bamboshe. He is BusinessDay's online editor. Please make him welcome as he comes up. Thank you so much. Mr. Temi will be doing the introduction for the panelists.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Temilolu Abambushe, and I'll be inviting to join me on this first panel, Mr. Odunayo Ojo, CEO, UPDC PLC. I will also be inviting Mr. Gbenga Ismail, Principal Partner of Ismail & Partners and Chairman, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors Valuers, Lagos Branch. Welcome. We also have Prince Adeniyi Nehemiah Arumolaron, Executive Director, Enterprise Services Directorate, LSDPC. Anyway, it's good. And we have representing representing Udo, Mr. Udo Okonjo, Mrs. We have representing Mrs. Udo Okonjo, who is the CEO of Fine and Country West Africa. We have Mr. Chukwuka Okonjo. Mr. Chukwuka Okonjo is the Business Development Executive at Fine and Country West Africa, specializing in luxury real estate marketing and sales services. So, welcome, everyone. Once again, we'll be talking about the demographic advantage, turning population growth into real estate opportunities. And apart from my fine looks, one of the reasons why, thank you. One of the reasons I was asked to moderate this panel is because I have a knack for going straight to the elephant in the room. And I'll start with a short story, tiny one. In Lekki area, there are houses that are locked up. Nobody lives inside except around December. And then somewhere in Yanokbaja, Agbado, Kola, where I stay, we have people overcrowding this face me, I face you. And then it looks like Nigeria has houses that nobody lives in, and people live in places where nobody is ready to build. So how can we bridge that gap? How can we focus more instead of on luxury buildings, on affordable building? That is the elephant in the room. And I would like to go first, start from the extreme right.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. How do you want to unlock that is one of the critical challenges that the whole real estate sector is facing. I've always said that two things determine where people will stay and where people will invest. Why do we all want to stay in the main city, the Lekki area and all of that? That's where it seems as if you can't hear. All right, is it better now? So why do we always all want to seem to crowd around where it seems to be happening? Because that's where the commercial activity is heavy. And that's where the pricing of whatever service you're offering can also be highest. That's number one. Number two, commuting. So if we take another metropolitan city where I've had the opportunity to live and work, the UK and the US, especially New York, nobody drives into London city to work. Nobody drives into New York. We commute by the train. So if there's commercial activity there that can sustain the kind of returns, then I, representing LSDPC, would like to build there. Now, let me tell you something that majority of people don't know about LSDPC. We don't get any subvention from government. It's not a new truth. It's always been. So, LSDPC is in the same market competing with everybody. We're buying the same materials that is available in the market. So when people say LSDPC, give us affordable housing, there are two ends of an affordable housing. One, that we can supply it to meet the demographic of the people that are demanding it. But if you look at the financial metrics, which is what I want to really talk about, our financial metrics is not designed to help you afford a house, even to rent. So let me take it carefully. There's something called financial matching. In the UK, you get paid weekly or monthly. In the US, you get paid weekly or monthly. You pay your rent weekly or monthly. We get paid monthly here, and then you ask me to bring 2 years. Bring 10% legal, 10% agency, caution fee. Leave service charge alone if you live in an estate. Now, how do you want that demographic increase access those markets? It's impossible. So let's first be realistic. So I look at this hall, I walked around, and I see a lot of young people like myself.
Indeed.
And I'm thinking to say, how do we? So first, the renting matching is wrong. How do we put that together? So there is no way. You might get the first rent, lump sum, get the caution fee, get the 10%, after then, the landlord is thinking of how to get you out because it's not sustainable. Now, let's come to mortgage financing. Daddy, I'm happy you said what you said. I got to the UK. By 19, I was accessing mortgage within my profile. So I started with a condo. There was no wife. So a condo was okay. They looked at what was coming in. They looked at my disposable income and they matched it where it was affordable. It's not every location that can be affordable. Let me say that again. It is not every location. So if we are starting afresh, Lekki and Ikoyi can be affordable.
Yeah. So let me hold your thought a bit.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I made the contrast because that is where we see empty homes. So what exactly? You have unlocked so many things. In fact, that the financial structure is not designed to support affordability. So what exactly? How? If you look at this room, and indeed the population of Nigeria as of 2023, the median age is 18. That's the age that appears the most. Mm-hmm. So how can we make it happen such that you access mortgage as early as 19? We can make it happen in Nigeria.
So, number one, we must make sure that there is an environment that provides employment. Without employment, within reality, because sometimes, okay, so let me answer this question with a true story. So, 2 gentlemen got employed in a bank. They both got their upfronts. They were living at home. One went to buy a Mercedes-Benz. The other went to buy land in Mowe. In 2 years down the line, the land in Mowe appreciated. He became a land speculator. He sold the land, went to Shangotedo to buy land, waited another 1 year. He increased. He came back and bought in Lekki Phase 1. And then he looked for a JV partner. Where we coming as a LSTPC. So he had land. He didn't have money. So we matched him with somebody who could. Now, the guy who bought the Mercedes-Benz, he just takes one breakdown, and he put the Mercedes-Benz part on a raised platform. It became a museum. So we need to be realistic. That's where I'm going, that we need to be realistic. Right. So the realistic thing is this. If you get your work, there are things within the system that exist in the financial system that already exist. Now, we have heard of Murphy. Last night, we were talking about it, breaking it down and looking at opportunities for lecturers to access those things. But prior to Murphy coming, there was the National Housing Fund, there was your mortgage finance. There's a lot of people that don't even know. But what you can do is that there is personal contributory pension that you can do. There's so many things you can do. But the reality is that you say there are houses that are empty, not occupied. But remember that real estate is an investment vehicle. Jeez. So again, let me close this session by another comparison. Hold on.
Just
hold on, let me.
And you can just finish that thought so that I'll let other gentlemen.
Yes, so I want
also
to finish
talk.
that. That's why I said let me close it. So take for example also one thing, and this is also another frank thought in my heart. So here I am. I get a good job, like his job. He must get a status car of 120 million naira, or is it more than that? If we had, but it's around that range. But if we had bulletproof and all of that, it becomes like 150 million. And I get this after every 4 years. In 4 years, I'm not getting 120 million. I'm getting 180. I also get an upfront in my office, and most people that work. If we aggregate all upfronts, it becomes deposit for a house. And you know every year you will get it. Now, when you are young, and I'm speaking to the younger people, and you don't have your income encumbered, you are blessed to stay at home. And daddy like him is not asking you to pack out. Maximize that opportunity. Why would you invest in a phone of 1.2 million? Why will you go and buy a bag for collateral that the bank will not take? Why will you do an hair? Just think about it that way. Those were the realities when we faced in the UK. And so we thought well and where to put the money before the wife came. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I come to you for the same question, but I would like you to now focus more on you are an expert in developing houses now. And I know there's a lot of luxury offerings. So is there something you are doing at UPDC to address housing for all? I know you are more into sweet tasting houses, but is there something you are doing for affordable housing, looking at the demography of Nigeria?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the question. The housing market is a market. And to have a market, you must have players. And it's not just one market, it's a conglomeration of different sub-markets. So every business person must determine the market that they want to serve. You know, this is business, so we need to remove sentiments from this conversation. I mean, we all feel the need to fulfill a social need. Yeah. But, you know, if you are not a non-for-profit business, you need to understand where your capital will be most utilized and where your returns will be highest. So let's just take that out of the way. Yes. So every market participant will determine where they have the best opportunity. It's not everybody that can play in the luxury market, irrespective of whether we think that that is where many people are developing. You need a certain level of capital, you need a certain level of expertise, you need a certain level of access to the customers in that market to be able to even participate in that market. But you see, it gets a lot of rap because people say, okay, people are buying houses for so expensive, but it's a market. So long as there are buyers, there will always be suppliers. The problem with affordable housing, I think we've had a lot of discussion today around how that segment of the market can be unlocked. The same problems that we've always talked about, low income levels. There is no low cost cement. There is no low cost reinforcement. There's no low cost land. So how do you want the participants in that market to deliver affordable housing in quote? So as a result of that, there needs to be intervention in several areas, which I believe Larry and a few other speakers have talked about. We need to enhance people's ability to afford. The only reason why people can afford houses in international markets is not because the houses are cheap. I don't think there are any cheap houses in the UK or any cheap houses in the US. None. The cost is the cost. But the system allows you to use whatever income you earn to be amplified, either by tenure or by the interest rate. You have single-digit mortgage rates in so many of these countries. That means your income at 19 can go a long way because you have 25 years to pay. It's not the same in Nigeria where you have double-digit interest rates and the cost is high. So what's UPDC doing to address this issue? UPDC is contributing its own quota. So we are focusing a lot on middle-income housing. And that is where we see effective demand, because these are people who have steady flow of cash flows. And they're already paying rent anyway. They're already living in Lekki. They're already living in Shogotedo, in Aja, in Bagada as tenants. If you can provide buildings for them that is reasonably priced, and you can support them with things like payment plans, and you can support them with financial, support, either through our relationships with the financial sector, many of them can afford their own homes. So middle income segment of the market is a market that is often overlooked, and we jump to the lower end because it's sensational, is politically correct, and everybody loves to talk about it. But the reality is that we have to start from somewhere. Effective demand is a huge part of this conversation, and we can't ignore it. If you have minimum wage at 70,000 naira, what house can you buy on that income? Let's be real. But as we solve the problem from the critical mass of effective demand, the supply grows, and as the supply grows, we are solving the problem of the industry one house at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really insightful. So I'm coming to you, Mr. Okonjo. Now, so much has been said about the bringing housing close to the people that need it. Now, with mortgage penetration be at a very, very low rate, 0.5, how can developers and financial institutions work together to improve access for long-term financing?
Thank you so much for the question. First, I just want to say thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here amongst industry titans. I'm representing Fine and Country West Africa, as well as Mrs. Udo Okonjo, who also happens to be my mother. I think I heard somebody say that either that's not Mrs. Udo, that's Mr. Udo Okonjo's son, or something has gone very horribly wrong. But to come to your question, I mean, Fine and Country West Africa, of course, isn't a development firm. We work primarily in marketing, sales, and leasing of, high-end, or what some may call luxury properties. So I do want to take and tackle it from that angle for a minute. And this idea of focus on luxury housing. Now, luxury is a marketing term, just like affordable housing. And it seems that we tend to focus on either end of the extreme. And I really appreciate that the idea of middle income housing has been brought up here, because just like luxury, just like low income or affordable housing, there's a whole segment of the market that isn't being targeted here. Now, effective demand when it comes to mortgages is the most important aspect, because you're putting people in a position within a country that already does not provide the necessary infrastructure for people to afford a housing. You're putting together initiatives that allow for more understanding of how you can actually access this housing. And that's why I want to start from the aspect of education. We've talked about employment and how are people going to even afford housing that can't fund it because there's no income, and there's many people that can speak to that. But education, knowing what's even available on the market, both from the initiatives perspective, we've heard fantastic new initiatives like that of Mofi that's putting it together. But again, the penetration of people that can actually understand and access those types of initiatives needs to be addressed. Education is such an important aspect because it also puts people in a position to know that it's not just luxury housing that you should be aiming for. It's not just to live in Lekki or Ikoyi or to chase these marketing terms that we're so used to using now because they're grandiose and they play well in headlines. It's an important aspect of knowing that you can work in areas outside of the city, outside of these central locations, access initiatives that put you in a position to be able to afford these, afford properties. Now, most of citizens in metropolitan areas, especially in Nigeria, are not even looking at purchasing houses. That's something that I think we need to talk about. We're talking at, depending on who you ask, a percentage of the population renting, between 80 or 90, 95% of people renting in metropolitan areas. Now, of course, it's a fantastic thing to dream and to hope that you'll one day own a house. But the reality on the ground is that people are looking at schemes that allow them just to rent a house. Let's talk about luxury. Luxury being, you know, oh, I want to live in Lekki, I want to live in Ikoyi. It's a luxury to even have a property or be able to provide shelter for your family or for yourself, let alone luxury of living in Ikoyi, living in Lekki, and so on. So between education, between infrastructure, between the social understanding of what actually living in an area that you can afford is, I think that's where we really need to start. What are the rental schemes that can be affordable for people? How do we make that more accessible? And how do we make initiatives more better understood by the population?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those points. Now we have seen that some of these issues affecting accessibility, they are not even related to real estate directly. They are things that are far away from it. Like you've mentioned education, you've mentioned infrastructure, and transportation, and so on and so forth. So I would want to Ismail, given all the things that we talked about, and the projection of Nigeria's population explosion, we are 278 now according to the estimation, and we are expecting more. What major shift in real estate investment should take over and affect the expectation?
Thank you. What major shift that we haven't seen yet? Because you see, right now we are suffering from, we're suffering from inability to cope with our current population. Lagos itself cannot cope with the migration as we saw it. So what do we need to do? I think decentralization. We need to open the other areas that are available. We can't all live in Lagos. Or we start building up in Lagos and in our overcrowd Lagos. Lagos is right now, there's a danger of a slum happening in Lagos. We can see it along the Lekki corridor. So unless, again, we have the areas along the southwest corridor, when I was looking at that matrix that was presented about migration, and we saw Onitsha having a significant population, I think it was 4% or something like that. So we can look into these areas, support these developing areas with infrastructure, integrate them so that the pressure now moves away from the center now being Lagos. Now, economics tells us that development moves from the coast. That's why Lagos is a commercial center. Where there's a coast, there's port, there's importation. That's where development is. So let's look around. The coastal road is going to possibly help us. It's going along the coast. So development should shift with planning along this axis. And demography itself is what helps real estate. Where there is no population, you hardly see development. So again, look at that matrix, 14%, 4%. It tells you that the value proportion in those areas, if it keeps going up, will start increasing. And that is what is happening in Lagos. The cost of everything in Lagos is amazingly ridiculous because of the pressure of demography. There's no space again. So those values will keep going. It will outstretch affordability. It's because cost of building is there. That's one thing. It's probably static. But what about the land value? I keep saying that you go and build in Ijebu, you have free land. But now, because of the Ekpe Road, values are going up there now. Because of the airport, values are going high. You have a townhouse in Djibouti now. It's almost about 80 million. Where's the economy there? In Ibadan, it's about 180 million. Where's the affordability there? Where's the job that would give someone the 25% or the 30% to put down for mortgage in Ibadan? So we have some structural issues in that place. And demography is not being, the population increase is not being managed well enough to understand that we need to unlock different locations. We need to mitigate some of this costs through transportation infrastructure and make sure that people can move from different ends quickly to wherever the center is and create more centers. We are moving from hard manufacturing now to softer situations, but the role government should play is policies that allow businesses to locate in different areas.
Thank you very much. So, given the time that we have now, I would just go round again with this question. Given what we have seen and what we have talked about, what opportunities do you see both for stakeholders, building developers, and for that demography we are talking about, the youths, the middle income people? What opportunities are there for them now? We've talked about, okay, let's move away from Lagos, let's open up other. What are the opportunities, and what policies would you recommend that should be done to make this easier? So I would like us to go 1 minute each so that we will not run out of time. Yes, if you want to.
Let me, I like to go back to when things worked, because are we going to redefine different things? Now, LSDPC was a company called LED in those days. LED, at the same time, opened new areas, and they gave mortgages through the LIBC or Lagos. I can't remember what they were called. The mortgages usually was 7 years, 8 years. It's such a time that when you graduated, you surely could get a building, you get a house through the loans that they are providing, and then within 7 years. Now, those structures are those buildings are the ones that cost this 2 years, 3 years rent. Because you could actually get a building or land allocation from lands, get somebody to build it for you, and guess what? Pressure caused somebody to say, I want this building. Mr. Fatimile is here. He will attest to it. So they will pay 2 years. And your loan is immediately paid off in 5 years. That was the attraction. The policy, government created that policy. You had land allocated by Land Bureau. You had LEDB providing the necessary infrastructure and policy and the layouts. And you go and build. In 7 years, you paid up. In 10 years, you own your house. It's been given back to you. That was a policy that was working. There was savings somewhere. Affordability was in place. Now, what we need to do is go back to what was working then. We don't ordinarily need to redefine many things. What has changed is that then the population in Nigeria was probably 40 million. Today, we're talking about 200 million.
223.
We are still focusing Lagos. Nigeria has to now look broadly across the nation to develop the same policies to work for each and every state. And LSDPC, please, you say you spend the same money as everybody else. How much do you pay for your land?
It will come to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like that historical perspective, and please let's go to you.
Yes, thank you. And I mean, unfortunately, I don't have the value of hindsight or history in the markets. So maybe what I can do is speak to the future. We are looking at population growth by 2050, estimated around 400 million people in Nigeria. Currently, 70% of those people are under the age of 30. The opportunity here is, just as kind sir mentioned, is not to reinvent the wheel. Mortgage financing and refinancing and eligibility criteria for young people must be a priority. We look at countries where this has worked in an incredible sense. Countries like Singapore, for example. 80% of the population there is government-backed housing, backed by what they call the HBD, and funds that are backed by everything from pensions to social security. What is the infrastructure in place put together by private sector companies as well as government-backed entities from a policy perspective that is putting in place the financing options for younger people? That is the opportunity, not just for us as a nation, but for private capital, private companies that are looking to make long-term investments. Keyword, long-term investments. Short-termism is on a rise across the world. It's not just Nigerians that want to make, $20 from $12 today. Short-termism is on the rise, but as a developing economy, if we do not take a long-term perspective as private companies, as private individuals, then it's already lost. We're looking at an opportunity here to turn population and demography into a massive, massive shift in demand and make a commanding shift in the future of our country.
Thank you very much for that submission. Yes, please.
All right, so I think my contribution would be that we need to solve one critical problem, which is job creation. You cannot throw money at this problem, no matter how many trillions. It will not just work because the fundamental basis, the foundation of home ownership is savings. And the catalyst for savings is jobs. So if you don't have jobs, you don't have savings. If you don't have savings, you can't create mortgages. If you don't have mortgages, you just have the funds allocated and not deployed. So let's go back to the root cause of why affordability is a problem. We have a young nation, we have population exploding, and there are no jobs. The level of underemployment we have in this country is mind-boggling. All you just need to do is walk along the streets and see people haggling and hassling people for 20 naira, for 200 naira, for 100 naira. These are people who otherwise may have been more gainfully employed with higher levels of income, and then they begin to save, and then they begin to qualify. So government policies should be directed at job creation, and it's not just only in the white collar or the blue collar jobs, it's also in the skills acquisition sub-market. In many parts of the world, you don't need more than your high school degree to live a good life. And nobody looks down on you and believes that you are not employable, because the system has a way of making everybody employable. So let's tackle that. Seek ye first job creation, and every other thing will be.
Very insightful. Thank you very much. Before you answer, remember you have to tell us how much you got your land. I would like to add one last one. Is LSDPC able to partner with other states for the opening up, to replicate what you did, that Mr. Ismail told us about?
All right, thank you very much. Now, LSDPC will be 53 years old this year. We've come through several transformation. And one of the things that we do right now is called joint ventures. Our joint ventures, because of the lack of state government land, so LSDPC pays commercial value for its land that we use. Government does not have lands anymore. And this has brought creative things. What is our JVs that we do? We partner with families who have family lands but don't have the means to develop it. And we share the apartments. Now, many of us seated here, we probably, like myself, my family has 5-6 bedroom, 3 rooms, mansions that we're currently talking to the developers to regenerate. Take it down, take it up. There are 5 of us. Can you build 6 2-bedroom with a BQ apartment, and each one of us gets rent on it, and the 6th one becomes the amount we save to cater for the house? So that's one JV things we're doing. We're saying to many fathers who had built 5-bedroom mansions, this generation does not want 5-bedroom mansions. If anyone is still thinking 5-bedroom mansions, you need to go to the museum. That's not working. What we're doing right now is live and earn. Build places where you can live. Your children, I was talking to somebody yesterday and say, at a certain age, you won't be able to live on the 1st or 2nd floor. And then they will convert the ground floor for you. Why don't you just arrive there now? Live on the 1st ground floor. Let your children live on the next floors. When they leave, cement it up and let it out. That is the live and earn. So there's a lot of reality talks we need to. So LSDPC, we don't get land. We pay, we look for. There is a department we set up in LSDPC called land acquisition. They go out every day scouting for land. Then they come back and we decide what to do. Sorry, let me quickly so don't pardon me with this. Now, if you look at what the governor is doing, the rail system, I think we all need to sit down and study the rail system. It's opening up those interlands whereby it will put some money into your pocket that is called disposable income. You live in Alagbado, there will come a time you don't need to drive into Lagos Central. You will save on the servicing of your car, you will save on fuel consumption, just get on the train. If you live along the Ajangbadi axis, and if you notice right now, we are pushing deliberately and intentionally in Lagos through the Lagos State Teams Plus agenda, we're pushing development to the Badagry axis, we're pushing development to the Epe axis. There's currently a theme village, live, socialize, work in Epe that is coming up. So I want to support what you said, that we need to find out what is happening. There will come a time that we don't all need to. For example, if you take the Abraham Adesoya axis, for example, That axis, because some people already know that the fourth mainland bridge is coming, the cost of land has gone up. There was a time that land in Mowe was cheap. Now, it's gone up. So, what am I saying? Let me wrap it up this way. Yes. The young people, there's a phenomenon that has always been called a susu, but we now call it crowdfunding. You say, I say we. I know all of you here, apart from him, we are in the same demographic. And you too.
Yeah.
So we call it crowdfunding. Because land is limited, 5 of you can come together, acquire land, and decide to build 5 apartments up. The land, maximum, 99 years if it's fresh. Most of the time, sir, it's not 99 years anymore. But it's renewable. The most important thing is that you can own the apartment, collect your rent from the apartment, and the group of you own it. So there's so many things that if we sit down and have a sincere discussion. Sir, you know why we are not able to do all those things? Trust. That's what is missing, and which the generation of you, daddy and mommy, you had. You could do a susu. When it's your turn, they won't say the program has collapsed.
It is not MMM. I'm sure that if we continue,
yes,
I still have loads and loads of questions, but the organizers have told me
thank you very
much. Okay. So thank you very much for your submissions. Now, question. So. Do we still have chance to have 1 or 2 questions? Okay, 2 questions. Not A and B, questions straight. Okay. That man in gray jacket, please. And the man in face cap.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my question is directed to Mr. Adeniyi Aromora. Okay, you said earlier on that governments don't have land again. Now, I find that surprising, unless you are telling me that the 1978 Land Use Act is not effective anymore. Because according to that act, it says every land in Nigeria belongs to the government. So, do you mind elucidating what you mean by the governments don't have lands anymore?
Let's have the next one. That's the man in gray. The man in gray suit. Then we take the answers together. Yeah, just those 2.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Business Day. So I wanted to ask a question as regard the issue of trust that you mentioned, and also from a place of what better way can we come into better improved partnerships. Say, for example, now I have a land and it's been a big deal getting partnership from developers, right, to come on board. Because you then now find out that some people are even trying to outsmart you on your own land, right? So what are the measures that are on ground, or how do we go about all of that? Because I know in the midst of all these troubles, there are still very good people out there who are willing to come on board and do better partnerships so that we can all move forward together, because we can't keep staying on the problems every now and then.
Thank you very much. So we go to Mr. Oromolaro for the first answer.
All right, let me stand at this stage. Now, when I say land is not available, I'm talking about vacant land. Lands are occupied. And we have a major regeneration agenda for Lagos State. A major regeneration. I just spoke about family regeneration agenda, where we partner with families. So those lands are not vacant, they are available. The regeneration will be relocate, bring down and build up. It's a major consideration of this administration. So that's why I said land is not readily available like that. It is occupied. It may not be occupied in the right way. Because where you have many bungalows, you could take the advantage of relocating, resettling, demolish, and take up. It will provide more people. You spoke about trust. Trust is one of the things that LSDPC stand for. So our JB strength is the fact that we come to table, this is the value of your land, this is what we want to put there. It is 30 apartments. The value of your land divided by the cost of construction will determine what you cede to you. And it's been working and it will continue to work. And that's the partnership that works. Recently we began, so I said LSCPC is 53. We're looking at collaboration with Wema Board, who come with 60 years. And then we bring you, and then we close the market and everybody goes home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, please, a huge round of applause for all the speakers. You can now rise to take photos with the photo sessions.
All right, so quick one also, we'd just like Mr. Gboyega Fatimileyin to stay on stage, Mr. Idowu Bakare as well, Mr. Lanre Olutumileyin, Mr. Feyi Martins, all from Dia Fatimileyin & Co., as well as Tola Oyenekon. Please come up to take a quick photograph, please. Mr. Gboyega Fatimileyin, founding partner for Dia Fatimileyin & Co., Mr. Idowu Bakare, the head of practice and partner at Dia Fatimileyin & Co., as well as Mr. Lanre Olutumileyin, strategic advisor. Thank you so much. One more photograph, please, with the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aigbogu, Mr. Gboyega Fatimileyin, Mr. Odunayo Ojo, Mr. Lanre Olutumileyin, Akpomere Ikogbo from Mark Rene LP, and the representative of the Special Advisor on Housing to the Governor of Lagos State, Mrs. Akimbola Temitope, Director for Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority. Thank you. While we're here, I would like to also inform us that Business Day TV is streaming. Business Day now has a television, so please catch us on YouTube. We are getting on DSTV very soon, so please catch us on YouTube. It's streaming all day. Thank you very much. I thought we'll put a round of applause for Business Day TV. Thank you so much. Right, so we'll be going for our lunch break now, but we'd like to do it very orderly. So we'd like to take the first 3 rows to, yes, please. The first 3 rows, please, for quick lunch break. So just 10 minutes, please. This is going to just last for 10 minutes, please.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.